Chapter 3203. An intense battle erupted once again. Qinzhong was once again besieged by peerless experts. However, without the Snow Taoist, the threat of the besiegement was reduced by 10 to 20%. Yes, the Snow Taoist was the weakest. The threat he posed to Qinzhong was also the weakest. However, the reduction in threat was obvious to Qinzhong. Moreover, Qinzhong's original body had a top-tier chaotic sacred weapon. In addition, the mixed Yuan Heart Force's recovery speed was extremely fast. His overall strength was twice as strong as his clone. Facing the besiegement of the Black Flame Saint, Sky Edge Sword Saint, and Sky Do Overlord, Qinzhong wasn't as uneasy as his clone. Instead, he seemed to be at ease. Controlling the rhythm, the mixed Yuan Heart Force's recovery speed was equal to the mixed Yuan Heart Force's recovery speed. The Black Flame Saint and the other two's recovery speed couldn't be compared to Qinzhong's. Moreover, they had used up part of their strength when they were besieging the clone. They weren't at their peak. Dodging, deflecting, counterattacking. It was fine if they didn't counterattack. However, once they did, they would definitely be hit. Once they were hit, the sword chi would wreak havoc, and they would have to consume their own strength to recover. Qinzhong fought steadily. On the other hand, the Black Flame Saint and the other two's expressions changed drastically. They were extremely shocked. What was going on with the peerless Sword Saint, Qinzhong? They had clearly killed him previously. Now he had reappeared, and his strength was at its peak. His strength was even twice as strong as before. They couldn't understand. Qinzhong, it's our fault today. However, you have already killed the Snow Taoist. You should be appeased. The Black Flame Saint suddenly transmitted a message to Qinzhong. We are willing to pay compensation. Let's stop the battle. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then stop. In this chaotic universe, it's not that simple. Qinzhong didn't hesitate to speak and sneered. Last time, the Black Flame Saint had stopped the battle and escaped quickly. If he stopped the battle this time, wouldn't it be equivalent to telling others that he was weak and could be bullied? Everyone wanted to step on him and only offer compensation when they realized they couldn't beat him. It wasn't that simple. Those who wanted to kill him were his enemies. Enemies should be killed. Qinzhong, don't force me. Heaven Do Overlord shouted angrily. He didn't want to keep fighting because he couldn't see any hope of winning. Even if he could win in the end, it would definitely not be easy. This time, Qinzhong did not speak. He responded with his sword. Swordsmanship was just that simple and direct. Activate your secret technique and kill him. The Black Flame Great Sage was enraged as well. Since Qinzhong wasn't willing to give up, then they would fight to the death. Instantly, the Black Flame Saint executed his secret technique. Black Tiger, Black Dragon, and Black Phoenix were added to his body, causing his strength to multiply. He became even more tyrannical and terrifying. The surrounding flames raged wildly and were filled with destructive aura. Secret Sword. The Sky Edge Sword Saint suddenly retreated, not to escape, but to use his most powerful sword. The sword will first retreated into his body, then completely retracted. It was difficult to sense, as if it had disappeared without a trace. Even the energy fluctuations of the Sky Edge Sword Saint disappeared, undetectable. Dead silence. The Sky Edge Sword Saint's aura was completely retracted. There was even a kind of dead silence that made people feel uneasy. The Heaven Do Overlord roared. His originally majestic body suddenly expanded again, turning into a 5-meter-tall giant. His muscles bulged, and every muscle was filled with explosive power. When released, it could shatter stars in heaven and earth. When they were dealing with the doppelganger just now, they didn't use such a secret technique. Although the doppelganger was strong, the drawbacks were obvious. They didn't need to use such a secret technique. Now, but they had to use it. It was enough to show that the strength of Qinzhong's original body made them feel extremely threatened. Even if they used their secret techniques, Qinzhong's expression didn't change at all. It was just a futile struggle. Now that he had lost the immortal body, Qinzhong's body was still very strong. Moreover, he could use the Titan battle technique. After a few years, the Titan core had stored a lot of Titan power. If he used the Titan battle technique, he could last for at least 15 minutes. A quarter of an hour was more than enough to end such a battle. The Black Flame Saint and the Heaven Doe Overlord's strength had multiplied. They did bring some pressure to Chunzong. But the one that really caught Chunzong's attention was the Sky Edge Sword Saint. The terrifying aura of death was getting thicker and thicker. It had completely condensed. Only his super sharp senses could feel it. That sword was a sure kill sword. It was fine if it wasn't used. But once it was used, it would definitely be terrifying. It might really be a threat to him. After the Black Flame Saint and the Heaven Doe Overlord used their secret techniques, their strength multiplied. They immediately attacked violently, wanted to injure Chunzong. Once they lost the immortal body, they wouldn't be able to recover as easily as the immortal body. However, facing their violent attacks, Chunzong still faced them with ease. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Kill! The Sky Edge Sword Saint was ready. He immediately attacked. The moment he drew his sword, the completely restrained sword intent and power erupted in an instant. It was as if a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years had suddenly erupted. Unparalleled power erupted in an instant, bringing with it an earth-shattering killing intent as it tore through the air and charged towards Yi Qingyu. It was a golden sword light, an extremely condensed golden sword light that seemed to have been forged thousands of times. It had materialized. At the end of the sword light, there was a touch of scarlet. It was extremely scarlet like blood. That touch of scarlet was very subtle. However, it was brighter, more dazzling, and more eye-catching than the entire golden sword light. It filled everyone's eyes instantly, as if it had replaced the void. Fear! Everyone watching the battle from afar felt a burst of fear erupt from the depths of their hearts for no reason, almost swallowing their minds. Great terror. The scarlet point of the sword contained extreme terror. Tiando Overlord and Black Flame Sage were also shocked. They immediately retreated. Chunzong's pupils shrank to the size of needles. The Sky Edge Sword Saint's sure kill secret sword was extremely powerful. It actually made Chunzong's heart palpitate. The palpitations exploded and engulfed his entire body. He couldn't help but tremble. Terrifying. The sword was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth and destroy all living things. After releasing the sword, the Sky Edge Sword Saint's spirit seemed to have been sucked dry. His eyes were filled with unconcealable exhaustion. The aura around him was extremely weak. He had used all of his power to kill. Even if someone stronger than him was hit by the sword, there was a 50% chance that they would be killed. Even if they weren't killed directly, they would be severely injured and consume a large amount of cultivation power. Chunzong had taken the Descendant Elixir. If he was hit by the sword, even if he didn't die, he would be on the verge of death. He was completely locked on and couldn't dodge. Chunzong's face turned solemn. His mixed Yuan heart force also exploded. Five-fold explosion. Ancient stars. The roar shook the heavens and the earth. An ancient star shadow carried an unparalleled power. It was as if it had traveled through time and arrived here. It emitted an unparalleled, domineering aura. The moment the star shadow appeared, it suppressed the surrounding void. It didn't leave time or space. It was as if everything was frozen. The sword was extremely domineering. Its power was unparalleled. It could crush everything. At the same time, it could also be used as a defense to block the enemy's attack. That scarlet red that pierced through the air and struck the ancient star's shadow. It stopped abruptly and pierced through the ancient star's shadow inch by inch, piercing through the ancient star's shadow. It couldn't be blocked. Even the ancient star's ultimate move that was unleashed with mixed Yuan heart force couldn't block the Sky Edge Sword Saint's sure kill sword. Chunzong was secretly shocked. What a terrifying sword. If he was hit, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. It was very likely that he would be severely injured or even collapse. The Sky Edge Sword Saint's strength was inferior to his, but he was able to unleash such a terrifying sword. It was truly terrifying. Although the ancient stars couldn't block it, it could stall for a moment. Chunzong immediately dodged. He became one with the sword and charged towards the Sky-Edge Sword Saint with extreme speed. At this moment, the Sky-Edge Sword Saint's aura was weak. His essence, chi, and spirit were dispirited. Unconcealable exhaustion lingered in the depths of his eyes. Unleashing that sword had exhausted all of the Sky-Edge Sword Saint's strength. It was an extreme sword. If he couldn't kill the enemy, he would be killed himself. The Sky-Edge Sword Saint dared to unleash it because the Black Flame Saint and Tiendo Overlord were here. He was also confident that this sword was invincible. The Peerless Sword Saint couldn't block it. Once he was hit, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. At that time, Tiendo Overlord and Black Flame Saint would be able to deal with him. He could make use of the time to recover. Before joining forces, they had already sworn the Great Tao Oath. They couldn't kill each other. They had to advance and retreat together. However, the Sky-Edge Sword Saint didn't expect this at all. Chunzong could actually block this sword for a moment. He gained some time to dodge and counterattack. Retreat. He couldn't retreat anymore. He didn't have much strength left to counterattack. However, the Sky-Edge Sword Saint wasn't willing to die. Even if he died, he would drag someone down with him. Self-destruction. Even if he temporarily lost his powerful strength, the power of his self-destruction would be greatly reduced. However, it wouldn't be weak. It wouldn't be inferior to his full-strength attack at all. Boundless Formless Kill. Chunzong swung his sword. The speed of the sword was astonishing. It directly pierced through the Sky-Edge Sword Saint's forehead. With the indestructible body, the soul was no longer a fatal weakness. However, when it was pierced, he would instantly lose consciousness and be unable to self-destruct. The second sword, Taihao. Blazing sword light suddenly burst forth, turning into a blazing sun that pressed down on the Sky-Edge Sword Saint. The Sky-Edge Sword Saint was unable to self-destruct. After the Sky-Edge Sword Saint came back to his senses, the unparalleled blazing attack came and hit him directly. Explode, burn. Streaks of sword chi floated in the void and dissipated. The Sky-Edge Sword Saint, who was ranked 52nd on the Real Chaos ranking board, died just like that. The Sky-Edge Sword Saint died. His storage divine item was instantly taken away by Chunzong. He slashed across the sky and attacked the Sky-Do Overlord. Now, the Snow Taoist Priest and the Sky-Edge Sword Saint were dead. Only the Sky-Do Overlord and the Black Flame Saint were left. Although the two of them were powerful, they were nothing. Indestructible burning body, the Black Flame Saint roared. The indestructible burning body was also the last resort. It was also the last resort that he was willing to use. It would cause great damage to his body. It would take a long time and many treasures to recover. Unless it was the last resort, he wouldn't use it. However, now is the last resort. Chapter 3204. The chaotic void was boundless. Outside Primordial Slayer Universe City, powerful auras surged. Black Flame, Saint, and Heaven-Do Overlord immediately decided to burn their indestructible bodies. They knew that if they didn't burn their indestructible bodies, they wouldn't be able to kill Chunzong with their current strength. Snow Taoist Priest and Sky-Edge Sword Saint were both dead. With the two of them working together, the threat they posed to Chunzong was greatly reduced. Burn! Black Flame Saint's originally blazing black nightmare, demonic flames, were unknowingly dyed with a layer of crimson. That crimson red was like the setting sun. It emitted a desolate feeling like it was past its prime. It was as if it was howling in despair. The layer of crimson red made the originally black flames look even more mournful. It was as if it was struggling for its last time. The aura spread out, bringing with it an ominous feeling of annihilation. Burning the indestructible body was to destroy oneself as well as the enemy. It would destroy everything. Heaven-Do Overlord roared. A layer of crimson red spread out from his huge body and covered his entire body. It made his extremely strong body look indescribably solemn. He was like a bloody giant bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. Chunzong narrowed his eyes. His expression was extremely solemn. This was the first time he had encountered an enemy who burned their indestructible bodies. Ordinary enemies who burned their indestructible bodies wouldn't be his match. However, experts like Heavendoe, Overlord, and Black Flame Saint had a terrifying increase in strength after burning their indestructible bodies. Normally speaking, the more powerful the indestructible body was, the more power it could exchange for after burning it. The top experts on the chaotic real leaderboard had all cultivated their indestructible bodies to the peak of perfection. They had accumulated a lot of power. Once they burned their indestructible bodies, the power they could exchange for was shocking and endless. The threat increased greatly. Black Flame Saint and Heavendoe Overlord, who had burned their indestructible bodies in exchange for more power, posed a much greater threat to Chunzong than before when the four of them teamed up. Boom! Heavendoe Overlord was the first to attack. He punched out. The fist force was dyed with a layer of sunset glow. It was extremely solemn and mournful. It instantly broke through the void and created a long ravine in the void. It was as if an iron bull had plowed through it. It was extremely clear and deep. It was a shocking sight. The punch was like the Sky Edge Sword Saint's final killing move. It brought a terrifying threat to Chunzong. Immediately after, the Black Flame Saint's figure flashed and turned into a gust of wind, a cloud, and a fiery light. It was a perfect arc that would make one gasp in amazement. His trajectory seemed to be in accordance with the mysteries of the void. His speed reached the extreme, and he appeared behind Chunzong in an instant, punching towards Chunzong's back. Fast. Not only was it fast, but it was also very sudden. Chunzong was caught off guard. In an instant, he was surrounded by two crazy experts and was about to be hit. The perfect universe immortal body was extremely powerful. In terms of physique, it wouldn't be inferior to a body refinement expert like Tyrant Sovereignty Ondo. However, even such a powerful physique couldn't withstand the Black Flame Saint's powerful Dark Ember Fist art after burning the immortal body. With a boom, dense sword chi suddenly appeared around Chunzong. Each strand of sword chi was as thin as a strand of hair. The countless strands of sword chi combined together to form a layer of sword aura. The sword aura was immediately struck and shattered. This layer of sword aura was a defensive sword technique that Chunzong had been researching and creating over the years. However, it wasn't perfected yet. Previously, when his clones fought with them, he couldn't use this protective sword aura. However, after the intense battle with his clones and the intense battle with his original body, he had comprehended something during the battle. Under the crisis, inspiration burst forth, and he finally used it. The imperfect protective sword aura was instantly shattered. However, the protective sword aura also blocked the Black Flame Saint's fist technique for a moment. Boundless Formless Kill. Chunzong immediately used his fastest sword technique and rushed out. This move wasn't only used to attack the enemy, but it could also be used to escape. It was a very practical sword technique. Using the imperfect protective sword aura to escape, Chunzong pulled away from the Black Flame Saint and the Heavendoe Overlord. The Heavendoe Overlord chased after him and continuously punched. However, even with the immortal burning body, his speed couldn't catch up with Chunzong. Only the Black Flame Saint's speed was extremely shocking. It seemed like he could catch up with Chunzong and attack again. With a loud boom, an extremely shocking black flame burst forth from the Black Flame Saint's body. The black flame was dyed with a layer of tragic and mournful blood red. It turned into a sea of flames that rapidly spread and burned everything. The blood-red sea of flames was completely controlled by the Black Flame Saint. Following his thoughts, the sea of flames surged endlessly and instantly condensed into black tigers. The black tigers roared endlessly and rushed towards Chunzong. Black dragons appeared and black phoenixes circled. In an instant, the Black Flame Saint seemed to have turned into the master of the Sea of Flames. He controlled everything and used extremely terrifying techniques. The immortal burning body and the increase in his own strength were secondary. The most important thing was that his techniques had become even more powerful. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately activated the giant god core and activated the giant god power that was contained within. A terrifying aura suddenly spread out. Chunzong's body began to expand. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a 10-meter-tall giant. The sword in his hand also changed and grew 10 times, matching the giant's body. Aura. An extremely tyrannical aura spread out and filled the surroundings. The void within a 10,000-meter radius suddenly became extremely stable. It was as though there was an invisible force suppressing it. The Heaven Doe, Overlord, and the Black Flame Saint's faces suddenly changed. What kind of secret technique was this? He actually turned into a giant. It was unimaginable. Wasn't he a sword cultivator? A sword cultivator turning into a 10-meter-tall giant. Shouldn't that be a secret technique of a body cultivator? It was incomprehensible. The spectators from afar were all dumbfounded and extremely shocked. After using the giant god battle technique, Chunzong could clearly feel the changes in his body. His strength had increased tenfold. His physique had also increased tenfold. Now, he had cultivated the cosmic immortal body to the limit of perfection. He was even stronger than when he had just broken through. Therefore, the tenfold increase was even more impressive. The giant god power was limited. Chunzong didn't waste it at all. After using the giant god battle technique and transforming into the giant god body, he took a step forward and unleashed the boundless, formless kill. He became one with the sword and turned into a huge sword light. It carried an incomparably terrifying power and directly blasted towards the Heaven Doe Overlord. Kill one first. The Heaven Doe Overlord roared and didn't have any intention of dodging. Instead, he unleashed an unparalleled power and blasted out a huge fist. The fist seemed to be made of steel and emitted an extremely shocking wave that shattered everything. The entire fist was covered in a layer of dark red light. The extremely powerful punch was about to kill Chunzong. But the moment the fist came into contact with the thick sword light, it was immediately shattered. The sword light rushed forward like a hot knife through butter. It was extremely ferocious. He couldn't block it. The Heaven Doe Overlord's expression changed drastically, but he was helplessly hit by the sword light. The tenfold increase in strength made Chunzong's sword even more terrifying. Its power also increased exponentially. With the eruption of the mixed Yuan heart force, it became even more powerful. Shatter. With just one sword strike, the Heaven Doe Overlord's tyrannical body, which was burning with the indestructible body, was instantly shattered. It instantly exploded into countless streams of light that shot away and reformed in the distance. But the moment the Heaven Doe Overlord's indestructible body reformed, the sword light came again and struck and destroyed it again. The reformed, indestructible body wasn't in a burning state, nor was it supported by a secret technique. Its power was greatly reduced. Facing Chunzong's sword light, it couldn't resist at all. It was directly shattered and shattered even more thoroughly. The sword chi continued to wreak havoc. It continuously consumed the Heaven Doe Overlord's power and destroyed it continuously. In the end, there was nothing left. With a loud boom, the Heaven Doe Overlord died. Only the Black Flame Saint was left. The Black Flame Saint's expression was extremely ugly, and his heart was palpitating. The 4 absolute experts on the real chaotic ranking had joined forces but were killed one by one. He was the only one left. He was too strong and couldn't fight back at all. Unparalleled Sword Saint, I'm willing to pay a huge compensation as long as you state your conditions, the Black Flame Saint said immediately. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die like the Snow Taoist, the Sky Edge Sword Saint, and the Heaven Doe Overlord. Also, I'm an elder of the Xian Flame Divine Palace. If you kill me, you'll be offending the Xian Flame Divine Palace. The Divine Palace will definitely not let this go. Chunzong didn't reply. Or rather, Chunzong's reply was very direct. He drew his sword. Kill. The Black Flame Saint had already escaped once. Now, he wanted to escape a second time. Was it possible? Don't force me, the Black Flame Saint roared. Chunzong's sword soared through the air, and a pitch-black light immediately permeated the air. In an instant, cracks appeared in the void, and strands of destructive aura permeated the air. Strands of destructive power were drawn and condensed on the sword. All things in heaven and earth returned to ruins. This was Chunzong's most powerful sword. Moreover, Chunzong had borrowed the power of the giant sovereign, Tam, to refine a strand of destruction origin power into his own body. When he unleashed all things in heaven and earth returned to ruins, his sword was even more powerful. Black Ash, great destruction. The Black Flame Saint unleashed all his power and unleashed his most powerful punch towards Chunzong. However, this punch was instantly destroyed by the pitch-black sword radiance. The pitch-black sword radiance pierced through the sky and struck the Black Flame Saint's body, destroying it. The destruction power continued to wreak havoc. The Black Flame Saint's indestructible body was continuously destroyed, and his cultivation power was depleted. However, because he had burned his indestructible body, he didn't have much power left. In the end, he couldn't withstand it and turned into ashes. If I die, you won't be able to live either. The Black Flame Saint left behind his last sentence and suddenly disappeared. Chunzong's expression didn't change. He immediately put away the Black Flame Saint's storage device. Then, he took a step forward and his body shrunk rapidly. Finally, he returned to his original size and appeared before Qian. You can't kill me. Qian's body was trembling. He was afraid and terrified. He didn't want to die. He was a candidate deity and had hopes of becoming a true deity. Even if he couldn't become a deity in the end, he still had a great future ahead of him. He couldn't die here. However, Chunzong drew his sword, and the sword radiance pierced through the sky. Chapter 32:05. The Snow Taoist, who was ranked 90th on the Chaotic Real leaderboard. The Skydo Overlord, who was ranked 70th. The Sky Edge Sword Saint, who was ranked 52nd. And the Black Flame Saint, who was ranked 35th, worked together to fight the unparalleled sword Saint Chunzong outside the primordial University. The unparalleled sword Saint Chunzong won the battle. The Snow Taoist, the Skydo Overlord, the Sky Edge Sword Saint, and the Black Flame Saint were all killed by the unparalleled Sword Saint. The news was like a storm that swept across the void. The 100 races were shocked. The news was spread by the Heaven's Secret Tower. There was no doubt that it was not a joke. It was also because it was not a joke that it was so unbelievable. The 4 of them were top experts on the Chaotic Real leaderboard. Not only were they unable to kill the other party, but they were all wiped out. How shocking. In an instant, the name of the unparalleled sword Saint spread across the void. Not only did it spread across the human race's territory, but the other races also knew of such a terrifying existence. Such strength was at least at the top 30 of the Chaotic Real leaderboard, or even higher. This was because even the top 30 experts on the Chaotic Real leaderboard did not dare to say that they could kill the Black Flame Saint. As such, the unparalleled Sword Saint's strength was determined to be in the top 30 of the Chaotic Real leaderboard. As for the specific ranking, it was not clear. It would only be known when the next Chaotic Real leaderboard was announced. However, it was certain that the ranking would not be low. Furthermore, the detailed information about the battle was sent to various parts of the void. Many sects knew about it. Peerless Sword Saint Chunzong had consumed the Descendant Pill and temporarily lost his indestructible body. Peerless Sword Saint had been killed, but in the end, he had reappeared with full strength. This was the point that many people were constantly researching. A secret. It was definitely a huge secret. If they could research it thoroughly, they might be able to grasp something and better deal with Chunzong. He had consumed the Descendant Pill and temporarily lost his indestructible body, but he was still able to do so. It was very shocking. There were those who wanted to find out the secret, those who were curious, and those who wanted to befriend him. However, Chunzong announced that he was going into seclusion and ignored everyone. In the void, there was a sea of fire. The sea of fire was extremely huge and spread in all directions. The flames on the outer layer of the sea of fire were red, orange, then yellow. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple. There were a total of 7 colors of flames, and at the center of the 7-colored sea of fire was a group of black palaces, but at the center was a white palace. Xian Flame Divine Palace. This was the dazzling flame Divine Palace, one of the most powerful forces in the territory of the human clan. It was a tyrannical force with a demigod realm expert overseeing it. Of course, demigod realm experts were extremely powerful, and they normally wouldn't care about the various affairs of the Xian Flame Divine Palace. Their goal was to pursue a higher realm, break through to the true god realm, and become a true god realm expert. Inside the white palace of the dazzling flame Divine Palace, the palace master sat at the head of the table. His body seemed to be surrounded by wisps of white flames. The elders were seated in the 4 corners of the room. That peerless sword Saint Chunzong actually dared to kill Elder He Yin and Divine Child Qi Yin. He is now our mortal enemy and must be eradicated. Let the world know that our Xian Flame Divine Palace is not to be trifled with. A ferocious old man with a face as red as fire loudly declared. He must be killed, but how to kill him is a problem. Another elder with a slightly green face said unhurriedly, Elder He Yin is ranked 35th on the real Primal Chaos ranking. He is very powerful and ranked first in our Xian Flame Divine Palace. Secondly, only the Palace Master can defeat him. But now, Elder He Yin joined forces with 3 peerless experts and still couldn't defeat Chunzong. Instead, he was killed. This is enough to show that Chunzong's strength is terrifying. Terrifying strength? Don't you want to take revenge? The red-faced old man roared as if he was about to explode. Of course we want to take revenge, but in our Xian Flame Divine Palace, only the Palace Master has the hope of killing Chunzong. The green-faced old man's expression didn't change, and his tone was still unhurried. But now, the Palace Master's true body is still cultivating in seclusion. We can only take action when the Palace Master comes out. Wait until this seat's life divine flame is improved and I come out. Then I will kill Chunzong. The figure with wisps of white flames sitting at the head of the table said, directly making a conclusion. As for asking the demigod ancestor to take action, it wasn't worth it. Or rather, if they disturbed the demigod ancestor for such a matter, they might be slapped to death by the irascible ancestor. Now, they could only wait for the Palace Master to come out. Once he came out, the Palace Master's strength would be even stronger. Other than the Palace Master, Saint He Yin was the second strongest expert in the Xian Flame Divine Palace. But even he had been killed by Chunzong. Even if these elders joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat Chunzong. The Xian Flame Divine Palace was indeed very strong and had a deep foundation, but it wasn't invincible. The peerless experts on the real Primal Chaos ranking were all very strong and not easy to deal with. Of course, unless the Xian Flame Divine Palace directly attacked Taihao Mountain. But the consequences of doing so would be that they could destroy Taihao Mountain, but they might not be able to kill Chunzong, unless they had enough time to prepare, such as setting up a great formation and so on, and then lure Chunzong into the formation. Difficult. Destroy Yuanzhan Cosmic City? It wasn't impossible, but it couldn't be done. Otherwise, the Xian Flame Divine Palace would immediately become the target of public criticism. Now, they could only wait for the Palace Master to come out and kill Chunzong with absolute strength. No matter what happened outside, Chunzong didn't care. He was sorting out the spoils of war. 4 peerless experts on the real Primal Chaos ranking and 1 Shinsi candidate of the Xian Flame Divine Palace. The spoils of war were very rich. Just the chaotic divine gems alone added up to more than 5 million, which was a great accumulation of wealth. There were also other elixirs and various materials. Most of them were useless to Chunzong, but they were of great use to the Taihao Mountain. They would greatly enrich the treasury of the Taihao Mountain and help the elders and disciples of the Taihao Mountain to cultivate. In addition, there were 4 more chaotic divine weapons. One of them was the Black Flame Saint's Vambrace. That was a top chaotic divine weapon. Chunzong planned to exchange it for a top chaotic divine weapon. When he gave it to his incarnation, the incarnation strength would be stronger. The incarnation was killed, but the spoils of war were more than enough to cultivate 2 more incarnations. Of course, he could only cultivate 1 incarnation. If he could cultivate 2, it would be very terrifying. Shenzong first cultivated a new incarnation. In this way, even if someone wanted to deal with him, 1 more incarnation would be more powerful. Cyborgs were a must. So was cultivation. In the Sky Edge Sword Saint's storage divine weapon, there was an inheritance jade, which recorded an extreme sword move. Sacrificing Spirit Kill. Sacrificing Spirit Kill. It should be the secret sword move used by the Sky Edge Sword Saint. Shenzong's eyes lit up. After studying it carefully, he immediately confirmed that it was the secret sword move used by the Sky Edge Sword Saint. The power of that secret sword move was extremely terrifying. Even his ancient stars, which was 3 times stronger, could not resist it. It was shocking. If he were to use it himself, its power would be even more terrifying. Killer move. This was a true ultimate move. It was more tyrannical than the return of all things in heaven and earth. However, this killing move was extremely extreme as well. It required one's essence, vitality, cultivation, sword intent, and everything else to unleash this move without holding anything back. Once this move was unleashed, the user would become weak for a short period of time, losing less than 1/10 of their original strength. In other words, if the user did not kill the enemy after using this move, they would be in danger. It was very likely that they would be killed instead. However, with such a move, they could still turn defeat into victory at the crucial moment. When the Sky Edge Sword Saint used this move, he took a long time to prepare. A few breaths of time was actually very long in a battle for experts. It was enough to determine the outcome of a battle. If the Sky Doe Overlord and the Black Flame Saint had not restrained him, Shenzong could have killed him several times when the Sky Edge Sword Saint used the sacrificial spirit kill. The drawbacks of the sacrificial spirit kill were obvious, but so were the benefits. No matter what, he would learn it first. With Shenzong's powerful comprehension and heart intent chaotic prime, it was not difficult to comprehend the sacrificial spirit kill. On the contrary, it was very easy. He comprehended it and began to cultivate it. Once he started cultivating, Shenzong was pleasantly surprised to find that the sacrificial spirit kill seemed to be prepared for him. When the Sky Edge Sword Saint used the sacrificial spirit kill, he needed a few breaths of time to mobilize sword intent, essence, chi, cultivation, and so on. He would condense them in a mysterious way and finally explode. However, Shenzong had Heart Intent Chaotic Prime. He could control all of his strength. Heart Intent Chaotic Prime was a masterpiece condensed from essence, chi, spirit, and cultivation. Kill. Shenzong immediately used the sacrificial spirit kill. In a short period of time, all of his strength condensed in the heavenly will sword and was instantly swung out. In an instant, a speck of blood-red light broke through the sky. That speck of blood-red light was extremely condensed, as if it had been tempered thousands of times. It was condensed to the extreme and silently tore through the void. That speck of blood-red light filled heaven and earth. Shenzong felt his hair stand on end. Faced with the power of such a sword, he could not resist it even if he used all his strength. Powerful. Its power was at least twice as strong as when all things in heaven and earth returned to the void. When the sword struck out, Shenzong immediately felt an indescribable sense of weakness. However, as the Heart Intent Chaotic Prime recovered rapidly, the feeling of weakness gradually disappeared. Shenzong's Heart Intent Chaotic Prime recovered extremely quickly. The Heart Intent Chaotic Prime was the condensation of essence, chi, spirit, and cultivation. Therefore, when the Heart Intent Chaotic Prime recovered, the essence, chi, and spirit would also recover. What did this mean? This meant that a terrifying killing move like the sacrificial spirit kill was very compatible with Shenzong. He would continue to comprehend and cultivate until he completely grasped this move. Then, he would be able to use it in an instant like other unique skills. Otherwise, it would not be useful. In addition, Chunzong had another idea, which was to modify it so that it would not consume all of its power at once. It would only consume half of its power. In this way, the power of the sacrificial spirit kill would decrease, but it would also be stronger than when all things in heaven and earth returned to the void. Moreover, there would not be such serious drawbacks. In addition to cultivating the sacrificial spirit kill and improving it, I also need a sword robe that can shrink in size, Chunzong thought to himself. Otherwise, every time he used the giant god battle technique to transform into a small giant, his sword robe would directly tear apart, which would be very unsightly. Chapter 3206. The Ancient Demon Territory was the territory of the Ancient Demon Clan. It was vast and not inferior to the Ancient Demon Territory at all. The Ancient Demon Clan was very powerful and was on par with the Ancient Demon Clan. They were one of the top clans in the chaotic universe. The Ancient Demon Clan was ferocious and coveted the resources of the Human Clan and the Origin Clan. Naturally, the Ancient Demon Clan, the Human Clan, and the Origin Clan began to fight. Just like the Ancient Demon Clan, there was a demon-slaying domain in the void that bordered the Ancient Demon Realm. There is also a demon-slaying domain with a main battle fortress, 99 battle fortresses, and many other fortress nodes. The army of the Demon Slayer territory was called the Demon Slayer Army. The elite camp of the Demon Slayer Army was called the Demon Slayer Camp, which corresponded to the Demon Slayer Camp of the Demon Slayer Army. There was a member of the Demon Slaying Camp in the Demon Slaying Weave's main fort. He was a black-robed man wearing a ghost mask. He was not very tall, and his aura was completely restrained. However, he always gave people a very strange feeling. The body under the black robe seemed to contain an incomparably terrifying power. He was called the War Demon. He had been in seclusion for decades and had just come out. As soon as he came out, he heard a shocking piece of news. Peerless Sword, Saint Chunzong. The War Demon seemed to be laughing because his voice carried a smile from the bottom of his heart. I knew that you, who could amaze an era, wouldn't disappear just like that. You'll definitely shine again in the chaotic universe. However, I'm no longer who I used to be. This chaotic universe epoch is my era. Not long after, another piece of news shook the void. The War Demon challenged Tianmin Dragon King, who was ranked 18th on the chaotic true ranking. That battle caused the void to collapse countless times. The War Demon became braver and stronger as he fought. His fighting spirit was earth-shattering. In the end, he defeated Tianmin Dragon King. Although the chaotic true ranking hadn't been updated yet, many people knew that the War Demon would replace Tianmin Dragon King. A few decades ago, he was unknown. A few decades later, he was famous. Inside a huge secret chamber in Yuanzhan Cosmic City's Taihao Mountain, there were sword lights clashing and flashing. There was no surge of sword chi, nor was there any sword while wreaking havoc. The power was restrained and completely concentrated on the sword. Every sword was extremely powerful. Fast, slow, hard, soft. His force was ever-changing and mysterious. If an outsider were to see this, they would be shocked. It was too shocking. His swordsmanship was indescribably superb. This battle lasted for an entire day before it finally ended. Your swordsmanship is indeed superb. Your swordsmanship is actually not inferior to mine. The two of them saluted each other with their swords, and then laughed loudly. This feeling of complimenting oneself was really interesting. That's right, the two of them looked exactly the same, except that one was wearing a white sword robe, and the other was wearing a black sword robe. One was Chunzong himself, and the other was Chunzong's clone. The sword that the clone was holding was none other than the top-tier Chaos Saint weapon, the Starstream Sword, which he had exchanged for the Black Flame Great Sage's Vambrace from the Precious Treasure Tower. Chunzong had a sudden idea to spar with his incarnation. After all, his current swordsmanship was superb. It was very difficult to find an opponent who was on par with him in terms of swordsmanship. Fortunately, he had an incarnation. The swordsmanship of the clone was the same as that of the original body. Only by sparring with himself could he better find out the shortcomings of his swordsmanship, make up for it, improve it, and further enhance it. Stepping out of the secret room, Chenzong asked someone to bring him the latest information. As the supreme being of a sect, he naturally had to know all kinds of things in the outside world so that he would not be closed off. War Demon. When he saw the information, Chenzong was stunned. Many memories flashed through his mind. Those were memories of the previous universe era. In the previous universe era, there was also a person called War Demon who came from the same place as him. Is this War Demon the real War Demon? Chenzong muttered to himself. The two words War Demon did not sound like a name, but a title or a nickname. Since ancient times, although there were not many people with the two words War Demon as a title, there was more than one. Therefore, Chenzong was not sure if the War Demon who had defeated the Dragon King of Tianmin and the War Demon he knew were the same person. He would only know when he saw it. If it's that War Demon, then he must have heard my news. Chenzong immediately showed a smile. He did not leave and went to find the War Demon. When the time comes, they will meet. Whether it's the real War Demon or not, he will know. As for now, of course, he had to stay here and make androids, and try to make a baby as soon as possible. A month passed, and the effect of the air pill disappeared. Chenzong and Yu Nianxin returned to the immortal body state. Chenzong, I have a baby. On this day, Yu Nianxin said to Chenzong. Her face was filled with joy from the bottom of her heart, but there was also a trace of nervousness and expectation. I have a baby. Chenzong was startled at first, but then he was overjoyed. He grabbed Yu Nianxin's hand and carefully sensed it. He immediately sensed that there was indeed another life aura in Yu Nianxin's stomach, but that life aura was still very weak. Ecstasy. An indescribable ecstasy grew in Chenzong's heart and spread out. Although Yu Nianxin's cultivation was very high, and she had an immortal body, so there was basically no problem, Chenzong still took care of her carefully. However, he was inexperienced, so it was inevitable that he was a little flustered. As a result, it was even more impossible for Chenzong to leave Taihao Mountain. He stayed here with his clone, waiting for the birth of the little life with peace of mind. In the blink of an eye, a year passed, but the baby was still not born. If it was an ordinary person, it would take 10 months to conceive, but Yu Nianxin was a top true Saint Realm Master. Giving birth to a new life was not that simple. Moreover, the higher the bloodline and talent of the new life, the longer it would stay in the mother's womb. The overall strength of Taihao Mountain was slowly improving. More and more people broke through to the Saint Realm. Now, there were nearly 100 Saint Realm Masters in Taihao Mountain. One had to know that there were only a few saints in Taihao Mountain before, but now there were dozens of times more. Unfortunately, in the entire Taihao Mountain, only Chenzong and Yu Nianxin were at the true Saint Realm. There was no third true Saint Realm Master, so they were still a little weak. In the third year of Yu Nianxin's pregnancy, her belly gradually grew bigger, but she still did not give birth. However, the life aura inside was getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a sword intent soared into the sky. The aura contained in the sword intent was very shocking. It carried an extremely shocking killing intent, as if it wanted to pierce through the sky. Void killing sword intent. Chenzong suddenly showed a touch of joy. Finally, Taihao Mountain had a third true Saint Realm Master. That's right, the great elder of Taihao Mountain, Sword Saint Void Killing, had finally broken through and become a true Saint Realm Master. Although he had just broken through and his strength was considered weak in the true Saint Realm, the true Saint Realm was still the true Saint Realm. It was not something a Saint Realm Master could compare to. Congratulations, great elder, Chenzong said to Sword Saint Void Killing with a smile. Thank you, Mountain Lord. Sword Saint Void Killing was also very happy. He had finally taken that step. It was a feeling of stepping into a new world. It was very wonderful. The true Saint Realm was not something a Saint Realm Master could compare to. An invincible Saint Realm Master could not compare at all in front of a true Saint Realm Master. Chenzong took out a long sword and gave it to Sword Saint Void Killing. It was the Chaos Saint artifact long sword that Sword Saint Sky Edge used before. Although it was only an ordinary Chaos Saint artifact, its power was extraordinary. It was very sharp and could obviously increase Sword Saint Void killing strength. "Thank you, Mountain Lord," Sword Saint Void killing said again. He took the long sword and was reluctant to let it go. As a sword cultivator, to be able to get a good sword was a great thing. After that, nothing happened. Sword Saint Void killing had just broken through to the true Saint realm. His potential was stimulated, and he was in a period of rapid improvement. Shenzong also personally taught him sword skills, which made Sword Saint Void killing's improvement more efficient. Time flew by. Another 7 years had passed. Yun Yanxin had been pregnant for 10 years. Ordinary people would give birth to a baby after 10 months of pregnancy. Yun Yanxin had not given birth after 10 years of pregnancy. However, the little life in her stomach was getting stronger and stronger. She believed that the cultivation talent after birth would definitely be very amazing. "Mountain Lord, I'm going out to train." Sword Saint Void killing came to Shenzong and said. Speaking of which, Sword Saint Void killing had always stayed in Taihao Mountain. Even if he left, he would stay near Taihao Mountain and never go far. It was because Taihao Mountain was too weak and needed him to personally guard it. However, it was different now. With Shenzong here, Taihao Mountain would be stable. Moreover, he had also broken through to the true Saint realm. After 7 years of bitter cultivation and Shenzong's guidance, he had improved a lot. In addition, he had a Chaos Saint artifact, long sword with him. His strength had left the bottom of the true Saint realm. Although he was not at the top, he basically had the power to protect himself. Going out to adventure could further hone himself. Shenzong did not object to this. After Sword Saint Void killing bid farewell to Shenzong, he left Taihao Mountain alone. He took the space-time teleportation array of the space-time temple to other territories to train. His strength was not bad, and he was from Taihao Mountain. Under normal circumstances, he would not be in too much danger. Of course, it was impossible to go out to train without experiencing danger. Life and death were up to fate. This year, the real Chaos ranking was announced once again. In the sky above the Void Cities, Universe Cities, and Chaos Cities, the real Chaos ranking appeared and slowly opened. The light shone in all directions, attracting everyone's attention. This time, almost everyone knew that the names on the real Chaos ranking would change greatly. It was only because of the battle 10 years ago that the Snow Taoist, Tiando Overlord, Tianfeng Sword Saint, and Black Flame Saint were killed. Therefore, their names were removed from the real Chaos ranking. The War Demon, who was originally unknown, defeated Tianmen Dragon King and would replace him. As the names appeared on the real Primal Chaos rankings, many people had indeed lost their spots. The unparalleled Sword Saint, Shenzong, was ranked 35th. However, no one thought that Shenzong's strength was only at this level. It was only because the rankings on the real Primal Chaos rankings were related to the individual's battle results. Shenzong had defeated and killed the Black Flame Saint, and thus replaced his ranking. After all, if you wanted to give Shenzong a higher ranking, you had to know his true strength. That was very difficult. Every peerless expert on the real Chaos ranking had their own trump cards. Without a real battle, no one could say for sure, especially those who were ranked at the top. In addition, the War Demon had replaced Tianmen Dragon King. As a result, Shenzong's ranking fell to 36th. Chapter 3207. In Taihao Mountain, Shenzong's palm fell on Yun Yanxin's belly. Feeling the movement inside, he was all smiles. "You little one, you're not being honest." The fetus had already taken shape and would move from time to time, as if it was punching and kicking. Shenzong was very much looking forward to it. Yun Yanxin no longer practiced swordsmanship, nor did she cultivate. She was afraid of hurting the fetus, so her strength had stopped improving. However, there was no need for her to do anything at the moment. On the contrary, Yun Yanxin often played the zither for entertainment, which was quite a good way to cultivate one's character. In her words, She was teaching the child from the moment the fetus was born to cultivate one's character. Shenzong didn't have any objections, as long as she was happy. What do you think is a good name for the child? Yunyanxin gently stroked her belly. Her face was full of motherly radiance, and even her voice was much gentler than before. Let's call him Chun, and Shenzong thought for a moment and then smiled. Chunin, safe and sound. Yunyanxin repeated and then nodded. As parents, they always hoped that their children would succeed, but they also hoped that their children would be safe and sound. Born in the chaotic universe, it was inevitable that they would encounter all kinds of hardships and setbacks in the process of growing up. After all, parents couldn't protect them forever. The embryonic form would eventually spread its wings and become an eagle. Therefore, the thought of being safe and sound was very good. Chunin, the child hadn't been born yet, but the name had been decided. This was no doubt a boy's name, because Chunzong and Yunyanxin both knew that he was a boy. In the depths of the white main palace, among the black palaces in the seven-colored sea of fire, an extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted. It soared into the sky and shook all directions. The aura was extremely shocking and filled with endless heat, as if it could burn everything into nothingness. As the aura erupted, everyone in the dazzling flame divine palace was shocked. They felt that their own divine fires were affected and were about to leave their bodies. They quickly stabilized them, but the sea of seven-colored flames was attracted and began to fluctuate. They moved in the direction of the white palace in the center as if they were worshipping it. Soon after, white light began to gather in the sky above the main hall. Endless fiery aura permeated the air like rivers returning to the sea. Gradually, a white flame giant stood in the sky above the white main hall. It was 100 meters tall, and its upper body was extraordinarily majestic. Its lower body was funnel-shaped instead of legs. Following the appearance of this white, flaming giant, the sea of seven-colored flames suddenly trembled before calming down. In the next moment, the white flame giant quickly shrank and disappeared into the white palace. The palace master of the Xian Flame Divine Palace came out of seclusion. Then a piece of news spread. The palace master of the Xian Flame Divine Palace had challenged the master of the Taihao Mountain, Peerless Sword Saint Shenzong, to a battle of life and death in the void of the Tianluo territory. Once the news came out, it shook the world. Everyone was watching and guessing whether Shenzong would accept the challenge. The palace master of the Xian Flame Divine Palace was not an ordinary person. He was ranked very high on the real chaos ranking list and was one of the top 10 experts. Divine Emperor Xian Flame, who was ranked 8th, was undoubtedly extremely powerful. Shenzong was ranked 36th on the real chaos ranking list. Although this was not his true ranking, everyone felt that no matter how powerful Shenzong was, he could only be ranked in the top 20 at best. That would be good enough, and he would not be a match for Divine Emperor Xian Flame. Then, Shenzong would most likely not respond to the challenge. In fact, Shenzong did not intend to accept the challenge. It was not because he was afraid, but because he was waiting for his child to be born. That was the most important thing. Shenzong did not respond. To some, it was normal, but to some people, it was different. After some publicity, they naturally said that the Peerless Sword Saint was afraid and did not deserve to be a swordsman. They also said that he did not deserve the title of Peerless Sword Saint, and so on. People echoed what they said, and the news spread wider and wider. However, Shenzong did not care about this. Even so, Taihao Mountain was also belittled. In Taihao Mountain, Shenzong looked at the 10 corpses in front of him. His expression was extremely cold, but there was a burning anger in the depths of his eyes. These 10 people were all disciples of Taihao Mountain. After they left the territory of Taihao Mountain, they were directly killed. The killer was very arrogant. Not only did he kill them, but he also said that as long as anyone from Taihao Mountain dared to appear, he would continue to kill. And this person was not afraid of Yuan Zhan at all, because he was an invincible Saint Realm Master and a disciple of the Xian Flame Divine Palace. Coercion. Xian Flame Divine Palace used this method to force Shenzong to accept the challenge. If he did not accept the challenge, Unless everyone from Taihao Mountain stayed in Taihao Mountain and did not take a step out, anyone who left would die. Without hesitation, Chunzong directly took action and found the killer. Kill me, but there will be a second and a third. You won't be able to kill them all. Even when facing Chunzong, this person did not show the slightest fear. Instead, he kept laughing like a martyr. Your Taihao Mountain should change its name to Black Turtle Mountain. All of you should hide inside and not come out. Chunzong's expression was cold and solemn. He directly killed this person with a sword and immediately sent out a message. The peerless sword saint accepted the challenge. Chunzong had no choice but to accept the challenge. The Xian Flame Divine Palace had used an open scheme to force Chunzong to accept the challenge. After all, the Taihao Mountain sect was much weaker than the Xian Flame Divine Palace. If they didn't accept the challenge, the Taihao Mountain sect would be destroyed. As the sect master of Taihao Mountain, of course, he had to consider everything for Taihao Mountain: foundation, strength, inheritance, reputation, and so on. As Chunzong sent out a message to accept the challenge, the void shook again. Good. After receiving the message, Xian Flame Divine Emperor immediately showed a smile. Everything was under his control. Tell Chunzong that in 7 days, we will fight to the death. 7 days. Time was very short. In an instant, countless cultivators rushed from all directions to the location of the battle, which was Tianluo territory. Tianluo City in Tianluo territory was a chaotic giant city. At the Space-Time Temple's space-time teleportation formation, people constantly appeared. A battle to the death between a peerless swordsman and a peerless expert was not to be missed. Xian Flame Divine Emperor is still so despicable. A figure that seemed to be emitting golden light said in a disdainful tone. He was not afraid that his words would reach Xian Flame Divine Emperor's ears because his ranking on the real chaotic ranking board was higher than Xian Flame Divine Emperor's. Strength was the source of self-confidence. After all, conspiracies and tricks are useless. His achievements are just SOSO. Another woman wearing a veil said in a cold voice. In Taihao Mountain, Chunzong and Yunyanxin said goodbye. Wait for me to come back. Chunzong hugged Yunyanxin and touched his belly. Little guy, don't worry and wait for your father to come back victorious. Take the incarnation with you, Yunyanxin said. No need. The incarnation will stay here just in case, Chunzong said firmly. Xian Flame Divine Palace had used such a method to force Chunzong to accept the battle. Who knew if there were other conspiracies? The incarnation's strength would not be inferior to the original body without using the giant god battle technique. It was very powerful in the true saint realm and had the strength of the top 30 on the real chaotic ranking. It will be safer to stay in Taihao Mountain. I believe you, but if things don't work out, you must leave, Yunyanxin said as he tidied up Chunzong's clothes. The child and I will wait for you to come back. Okay. Chunzong smiled and nodded. He left Taihao Mountain and went to the Space-Time Temple in Yuanzhan University. He took the space-time teleportation formation to Tianluo Chaotic City. Of course, Yuanzhan University was not close to Tianluo Chaotic City. It took several teleportations to get there, and it also cost some chaotic divine gems. However, for Chunzong, who had millions of chaotic divine gems, this cost was nothing. While he was on his way, Chunzong was also comprehending. He was comprehending all the time. This was the strength of the chaotic prime realm. In fact, after 10 years, Chunzong's strength had increased a lot. However, because he did not have a strong enough opponent, he did not know what level he was at on the real chaotic ranking. He was sure to be in the top 20. Could he be in the top 10? He did not know because he had not seen the top 10 experts fight. There was no reference. However, even if he faced the top 10 experts on the real chaotic ranking, Chunzong was not afraid. Even if he could not defeat them, he could still survive. Then let's fight. Soon, Chunzong arrived at Tianluo Chaotic City. He did not go out directly. Instead, he stayed in Tianluo Chaotic City and waited for the time to come. While waiting, he continued to comprehend. After all, his cultivation had reached the limit and could not be improved unless he could break through to a higher realm. However, It was difficult because the next realm was the demigod realm. The leap from the true saint realm to the demigod realm was a huge leap. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Because of this, it was difficult to break through. Since ancient times, there were many true saints, but very few demigods. There might not be one in 10,000 true saints who could break through to the demigod realm. Any demigod realm expert was a super expert whose name shook the void. Shinzong's cultivation path was self-created. There was no predecessor's path for him to follow, and there was no method for him to refer to. He could only rely on his own efforts to find and comprehend, and finally find the right way to break through. It was difficult. It was not difficult to walk on a path that had already been opened up. The real difficulty was to open up a new path in the midst of thousands of mountains and rivers and layers of obstacles. At least for now, Shinzong had no clue. He could not improve his cultivation. Fortunately, there was no limit to his swordsmanship. He could continue to comprehend and improve. Even if it was more difficult to improve, there was still the possibility of improvement. Every improvement was helpful to his own strength. Every improvement could help him better understand the mystery of swordsmanship. Time passed slowly. Day after day passed. The day of the life and death battle between Xianyin Emperor, the palace master of Xianyin Divine Palace, and peerless sword Saint Shinzong, the mountain master of Taihao Mountain, was approaching. More and more cultivators came from all over to witness the battle. Perhaps it would be an extremely fierce battle. However, it could also be an uneven battle because some people felt that Shinzong, the peerless sword saint, was not as strong as Xianyin Emperor. Therefore, in Tianluo Chaotic City, people started to bet on who would win or lose. They did not bet on whether Xianyin Emperor would win or lose because the banker believed that Xianyin Emperor would win. Since Peerless Sword Saint was not as strong as Xianyin Emperor, it was impossible for him to win. Chapter 3208. It's the last day of 2019. Little Rice Dumpling. Celebrate the new year with everyone. The void outside Tianluo Primal Chaos City was vast and boundless. Many figures flew out of Tianluo Chaotic City and appeared in the void. They scattered in all directions and seemed to be waiting for something. Why isn't he here yet? Is he not going to fight? That's right. These people were waiting for the battle between Peerless Sword Saint Shinzong and Sir God Xianyin. However, they had been there for a while, and neither Peerless Sword Saint nor Sir God Xianyin had shown up. Don't worry. With their reputation, they wouldn't joke about this. He continued to wait. In an instant, a terrifying, blazing aura suddenly appeared in the west. As it spread out, he could see a white, illusory figure appear. It was as if flames were burning incessantly as it rapidly approached. At the same time, a sharp aura appeared in the void in the east. It tore the sky apart and shook the earth. The sound of a sword echoed in all directions, and it was approaching rapidly. As soon as the two auras appeared, they became stronger and stronger. They collided in the air and exchanged blows, bursting out terrifying auras. Everyone knew that they were here. Sir God Xianyin had appeared. So had Peerless Sword Saint. The flame burned, and the sword essence filled the air. They collided and started the first battle. As the two sides approached, Shinzong saw a figure covered in white flames. The white flames seemed to come from all parts of his body and burned continuously as if they were going to burn him into ashes. The white flame continued to rise. It was as if there was no temperature to be felt. It was like a shadow, but it was very pure. It gave people a kind of terrifying feeling. Anyone who saw the white flame figure could not help but feel their hair stand on end. Sir God Xianyin has become stronger. In the void, the majestic figure covered in golden light sighed, and his expression turned solemn. It seems that he might have enhanced his natal divine fire to the extreme. The woman wearing a veil looked gloomy. Sir God Xianyin's natal divine fire is pale divine fire, which is one of the top divine fires in the void. When it is raised to the extreme, the majestic figure that was shining with golden light paused for a moment, and there was a tinge of fear on his face. The fear disappeared in a flash. He turned his eyes and looked at the figure that was emitting an extremely strong sword essence. Very strong sword essence. He might be able to fight with Sir God Xianyan. In other words, unparalleled sword sage was definitely no match for Sir God Xianyan. Was that really the case? He didn't know. He would only know after a real battle. I actually hope that the peerless sword saint can win. When the time comes, I'll be able to earn some wine money. The tall and sturdy figure covered in golden light laughed. He had placed a bet. The bets in Tianluo Chaotic City were divided into several categories. The first was that unparalleled sword sage would win. The odds were 10-1. The second was that unparalleled sword sage would escape alive. The odds were 5-1. The third was that unparalleled sword sage could withstand 100 moves from Xianyan Emperor. The odds were 1-1. The banker who set up the bets was an alliance of several parties. One of them was Xianyan Divine Palace itself. They seemed to want to take the opportunity to make a profit. Most people placed their bets on the third. The possibility of unparalleled sword sage withstanding 100 moves from Sir God Xianyan was the highest. After all, unparalleled sword sage's battle record wasn't bad. If he gave it his all, it was indeed possible for him to do so. There were also some people who placed their bets that unparalleled sword sage could escape alive. Although the possibility was low, it was still possible. Hence, they placed their bets. If it was true, they would have made a profit. The odds were 5-1. As for unparalleled sword sage, it was almost impossible for a saint to win. However, there were still a few people who placed their bets on a small number of chaotic divine gems. Even if they lost, it wouldn't be a big loss. Shenzong placed his bets too. He placed a huge bet on himself. 1 million chaotic divine gems. If he won, the odds would be 10-1. He could get 10 million chaotic divine gems and become rich instantly. You killed my divine palace's candidate son of God and elder, Saint Black Flame. I should have killed you completely and turned you into ashes. Sir God Xianyan in the white flame spoke. His voice carried an indescribable power, as though he was a god. However, as long as you make a great way oath and become an elder of Xianyan Divine Palace, everything will be written off. Suddenly, there was a burst of discussion around them. Sir God Xianyan is really good at scheming. Although a Divine Palace's candidate died, it's nothing. The loss of Saint Black Flame's death is a big loss. However, if they can get a more powerful expert to serve Xianyan Divine Palace, Xianyan Divine Palace will make a profit. Will unparalleled sword sage agree? I don't think so. If you want to fight, let's fight. I'm in a hurry, Shenzong replied calmly. His tone was indifferent, but there was a tinge of sharpness in it. He was indeed in a hurry. After all, he had to return to Taihao Mountain to wait for the little life to be born. No one knew when it would be born. It might be a while later, or it might be very soon. Although his incarnation was there, it was just an incarnation and not his original body. When everyone heard what he said, they felt that unparalleled sword sage was too arrogant. As you insist on dying, I'll fulfill your wish. Sir God Xianyan humphed angrily and suddenly took a step forward. He turned into a white flame and instantly approached Jin Wushuang with extreme speed. Then he slapped across the sky. Shenzong's expression changed abruptly. He immediately felt an extremely terrifying aura bombarding him, as though he was going to explode from the slap. Strong. He was a few times stronger than Saint Black Flame, and his power was extremely terrifying. If it had been 10 years ago, it might have been difficult for Jin Wushuang to contend against him. However, in the past 10 years, even though his cultivation level hadn't increased, his swordsmanship had increased significantly. One should know that by exchanging swordsmanship with his incarnation, he could better see the shortcomings of his own swordsmanship and make improvements accordingly. The improvement efficiency was comparable to 50 years of painstakingly comprehending by himself. Jin Wushuang decided to test his current power against Sir God Xianyan, a peerless expert who was ranked 8th on the chaotic real list. He unsheathed his sword. There was a flash of sword light, and a sword chime reverberated in the void. He slashed across the sky, and the sword light was extremely cold. It split the void and left a dazzling sword mark, as though it was going to be imprinted in the void. The moment the sword and the palm touched, a terrifying power exploded. Shenzong quivered and couldn't help but fly back a few hundred meters. Sir God Xianyan's slap was interrupted, and he couldn't follow up with another attack. He blocked it. Unparalleled sword sage is indeed not weak. He blocked it. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Humph! He only blocked Palace Master's first hit. A true sage from Xianyan Divine Palace humphed coldly. That's right. Palace Master didn't use his full power when he hit just now. Shenzong was astonished. The hit was indeed powerful, and he was forced to retreat. Shenzong immediately swung his sword, and there was an explosion of sword light. There were streaks of sword light that streaked across the sky. Every streak of sword light was extremely condensed and carried an extremely shocking sharpness. Every streak of sword light's trajectory was natural, and there was an indescribable feeling. It was indescribable. The higher the realm of the cultivator, the more amazing they felt. What a brilliant swordsmanship! The figure covered in golden light said in surprise. I wonder if it could be compared with 5 Ultimate Sword Saint. It's difficult. 5 Ultimate Sword Saints, 5 Ultimate Sword Principle, is invincible in the void. He is known as the strongest swordsman. When the veiled woman spoke of 5 Ultimate Sword Saint, her tone was awe-inspiring. She couldn't help but think of an unrestrained figure. That was a peerless sword cultivator who dominated the void, invincible under his sword. So far, many people thought that they could challenge the 5 Ultimate Divine Sword King, so they fought with him. However, there was not a single sword cultivator who could truly contend against him. They could not even force him to use his ultimate move. Just the extremely profound 5 Ultimate Divine Sword technique was enough to defeat many challengers. Shenzong performed single-hearted sword principle to the extreme. Sword 30. In the past 10 years, Shenzong's single-hearted sword principle had improved from the 27th sword to the 30th sword. There were 3 more swords, and every sword was more powerful and faster. Sir God Xianyan's expression didn't change, but he was shocked. The power of the unparalleled sword saint seemed to be unexpectedly strong. If so, he had to suppress him directly and let everyone know how powerful he was. Then, he had to go all out and display the result of the breakthrough after his seclusion. He had to defeat Shenzong with his unparalleled power instead of defeating Shenzong slowly. That wouldn't show how powerful he was as the Palace Master of Xian Yin Divine Palace. There was no sound, but an extremely terrifying aura emanated from the Palace Master of the Xian Flame Divine Palace and rose up. Everyone's expression changed. They felt that the Palace Master of Xian Yin Divine Palace was changing. It was an indescribable and terrifying change. This guy, the golden figure, squinted his eyes. He felt that after so many years, Sir God Xianyan's power had increased to a level that even he couldn't believe. Shenzong looked grave. He felt a threat from Sir God Xianyan. The threat was getting stronger and stronger. It was getting more and more shocking. Wisps of white aura rose from Sir God Xianyan's body and gathered in the sky. At the same time, spots of red light appeared in the void like starlight. Every spot of red light was extremely small and gave off a dazzling light. At the same time, they gave off waves of heat. It was the power of fire that existed in the void. Countless red lights gathered. When they got close to Sir God Xianyan, the red gradually faded and turned into white. It was as if they were being assimilated. They gathered and condensed. Finally, a white figure appeared in the sky above Sir God Xianyan. It was a huge figure made of white flames. It had a majestic upper body and a funnel-shaped lower body. White Flame Deity. The Palace Master has really mastered White Flame Deity. The elders of Xian Yin Divine Palace were shocked. Too powerful. Shenzong stared at the 100-meter-tall figure made of pale flames. His eyes focused and he looked solemn. The 100-meter-tall, pale white, flaming figure brought him an incomparably strong threat. This threat surged over like a raging tide, wanting to drown him. I have mastered White Flame Deity. This is the first time I have used it. You should be honored. Sir God Xianyan's voice was heard. It was filled with a sense of superiority. It was as if he was a deity that could judge all living things and control their life and death. After I suppress you, I will challenge Sir God Wu and take first place on the real chaotic ranking board. I will be invincible and break the shackles with my supreme belief. Chapter 3209. New Year's greetings from Sword Tao Connecting Gods. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 3210. White Flaming God stood in the void. His body was pale white, and the flames were burning. His pale eyes stared as though he was a god, overlooking the world. As Sir God Xianyan's word spread, everyone was shocked. Martial God Emperor. Who was that? He was the top expert on the Chaos Real ranking. The Chaos Real ranking was an authoritative ranking. Although it only listed the top talents of the human tribe and the origin tribe, all the tribes in the chaotic universe recognized the Chaos Real ranking because the human tribe and the origin tribe were the strongest tribes in the chaotic universe, and the Chaos Real ranking was a ranking based on strength. There was a difference between the top 10 on the Chaos Real ranking and those below it. Sir God, every peerless expert in the top 10 of the Primal Chaos Real role would be crowned with the two words, Sir God, to distinguish them from those below the top 10. For example, the Palace Master of Xian, Yin Divine Palace, was Sir God Xianyan. Martial God Emperor was the top expert on the Chaos Real ranking. Ever since he was first on the Chaos Real ranking 100 years ago, his position had never been shaken, even though countless people had challenged him. Even Sword Saint Wu Ju, who was second on the Chaos Real ranking, had challenged Martial God Emperor. No one else had witnessed the battle. Hence, no one knew how the battle had gone. However, when the Chaos Real ranking was announced again, Sword Saint Wu Ju was still second and Martial God Emperor was first. Unshakable. Then, Sir God Xianyan had hooted that he wanted to challenge Sir God Wu and defeat him. Everyone was shocked. Sir God Xianyan wasn't weak, but compared to Martial God Emperor, there was a huge gap. However, it was a matter of the future. Then, it was a duel of life and death between Sir God Xianyan and Sword Saint. The 100-meter-tall, white, flaming god suddenly attacked. Its huge, thick palm grabbed the air and aimed at Shenzong. Shenzong's expression changed, and he felt a chill down his spine. He immediately turned into sword light and dodged far away. The place where Shenzong was standing suddenly disappeared without a sound. There was only a black hole that was more than 10 meters in size. It was dark and gave out a terrifying aura, as though it could devour and destroy everything. The golden figure shuddered involuntarily. That strike also made him feel a great threat. Shenzong felt his heart palpitate. It was terrifying, extremely terrifying. He couldn't have withstood that blow. If he hadn't avoided it, his indestructible body might have been injured or even destroyed. It would have consumed a lot of mixed Yuan heart force. The white flame god reached out again and grabbed the void. Shenzong immediately dodged, and a dark void appeared where he was standing, as if it had melted away. The white flame god waved its hands and clawed at Shenzong. Shenzong kept dodging the attacks. Void after void was torn apart, silently revealing an even darker abyss. In the depths of that darkness, there seemed to be an indescribably great terror. No one dared to approach, or they would be completely destroyed. The white flame god's attack was simple. It just kept waving its hand and grabbing out. However, the profoundness of the attack was extremely shocking, and its power was terrifying. After all, dodging and defending was not Shenzong's style. He quickly approached the white flame god and wanted to fight it in close combat. At the same time, Shenzong conjured the giant god battle technique. An extremely powerful force suddenly surged out from the giant god core. In the past 10 years, Shenzong had never used the giant god battle technique. The giant god core had been constantly accumulating the power of the giant god and had long been filled to the brim. It was enough for Chunzong to maintain the giant god battle technique for 2 hours. 2 hours seemed very short, but when used in battle, it was actually not short at all. In these 2 hours, Chunzong's strength could increase several times and become even stronger. Horizontal. The 10-meter-tall, giant god body appeared. Immediately following that, countless strands of sword chi appeared and revolve around Chunzong's giant god body. As the sword beams flashed, the giant god body was securely protected. Heavenly Cycle Sword Realm. This move was a defensive technique that Chunzong had been perfecting over the past 10 years. It was a protective sword aura. Its defensive ability was amazing, and it also had the ability to counterattack. In close combat, the moment the enemy's limbs came into contact with the Heavenly Cycle Sword Realm, they would be counterattacked by the Heavenly Cycle Sword Realm Sword Chi. If they failed to withstand it, they would be injured. With the Heavenly Cycle Sword Realm's defense, the extremely powerful giant god body could withstand even stronger attacks. Kill. Chunzong slashed out with his sword as he approached Divine Lord Xian Yan. Divine Lord Xian Yan was a technique that Divine Lord Xian Yan grasped. Divine Lord Xian Yan's death would naturally cause Divine Lord Xian Yan to vanish. As the sword arrived, Divine Lord Xian Yan's palm grabbed out. The Heavenly Cycle Sword Realm immediately trembled violently as countless sword chi dissipated silently. Following that, Chunzong felt his powerful giant god body being struck by an indescribable force. The force was extremely terrifying, and it seemed like it was about to destroy the giant god body. However, the giant god body was extremely powerful. It withstood the assault of the invisible force, but the power of the giant god was rapidly drained. It caused the duration of the giant god body to rapidly decrease. The sword beam tore through the sky and tore through everything as though it had broken through a boundary. It struck Divine Lord Xian Yan's body and immediately severed it. Instantly, Divine Lord Xian Yan's body recovered, but he had expended a portion of his strength. Even though Divine Lord Xian Yan's recovery speed was extremely fast, it was clearly seen by everyone. All of them were immediately alarmed. Divine Lord Xian Yan was infuriated. He had been struck and had to expend a portion of his strength to recover. In the next instant, Divine Lord Xian Yan's body transformed into a white fiery beam that shot into the sky. Instantly, it entered Divine Lord Xian Yan's body and fused into one. Divine Lord Xian Yan's aura suddenly increased by several times as it turned increasingly terrifying. Burn! As Divine Lord Xian Yan's arms spread out, endless pale white flames immediately emanated. They filled the void as though they could incinerate mountains and boil seas. They enveloped everything and transformed into a pale white inferno that spanned 10,000 meters. Divine Lord Xian Yan stood in the pale white inferno like a pale white fire god. Chunzong, it's your honor to see my real Divine Lord Xian Yan. Let me send you on your way. A vigorous and deep voice rang out from Divine Lord Xian Yan's body with an inexplicable divine might. It was vast and mighty, and its power was extremely shocking. Chunzong's expression grew solemn. Instinctively, he felt that Divine Lord Xian Yan in front of him was becoming more and more terrifying. It brought him unparalleled pressure and a threat to his life. Calm and quiet. He could not afford to lose this battle. He could not afford to die here. Holding the heavenly will sword tightly, Chunzong burst out again. The giant sword soared across the sky and produced a shocking sword beam. Triple mixed origin heart force. Divine cloud. The sword was extremely sharp. It split open the pale white inferno that spanned 10,000 meters and slashed toward Divine Lord Xian Yan directly. Divine Lord Xian Yan stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword beam. A terrifying power burst out and immediately grabbed it as though it was grabbing a dragon. Then he exerted his strength and crushed it. Quintuple mixed origin heart force. Ancient star. In an instant, a 100-meter star seemed to emerge from an ancient time and space. It was dragged out by an inexplicable force and brought with it an incomparably terrifying power. Rumbling sounds rang out continuously, shaking heaven and earth. The 100-meter star shadow spun continuously. Xiao, with an incomparably terrifying power, seemed to be able to crush everything. Wherever it passed, the void cracked. Countless cracks spread out at an astonishing speed. Even the flames of the pale white inferno were crushed. Wherever it passed, a vacuum appeared. This scene caused everyone's expression to change drastically. They were inexplicably shocked. So powerful, so powerful. The burly figure in the golden light also looked surprised. The golden light around him fluctuated, showing his inner surprise. The veiled woman's eyes narrowed slightly. The strength of the unparalleled sword saint was clearly beyond their expectations. Divine Lord Yin had to be careful with this sword. He clasped his hands together and then separated them again. Suddenly, he pushed out horizontally. A pale white flame palm print pressed across the sky and struck the ancient star. The rumbling sounds were earth-shattering. The aftershock of the chi was boundless and violent, shattering everything. The spectators, who were 100,000 meters away, all felt an extremely terrifying aura approaching. Their expressions changed greatly. They hurriedly operated their cultivation and retreated further, otherwise their lives would be in danger. Cracking sounds rang out continuously. Cracks appeared on the 100-meter star and spread rapidly. In the end, it shattered, and so did Divine Lord Xianyan's pale white palm print. With a flash of sword radiance, Chunzong instantly approached Divine Lord Xianyan and struck out with his sword again. In 10 years, Chunzong's single-hearted swordsmanship had been further improved. Not only had he advanced from sword 27 to sword 30, but his swordsmanship had also become more and more skillful. Once he launched an attack, his sword strikes were continuous, alternating between fast and slow, hard and soft, light and heavy. Everything was changeable and unpredictable. Instantly, Divine Lord Yin found it difficult to parry. He was constantly struck. It could be seen that in terms of the profundity of martial arts, Divine Lord Yin was inferior to Chunzong. However, Divine Lord Yin did not crumble despite being struck repeatedly. His strength was just too potent. With a loud boom, Divine Lord Xianyan's palm struck Chunzong. The cyclic sword realm was once again destroyed. The giant god body was also sent flying. Cracks covered his body as though it was about to shatter. He had no choice but to expend even more giant god power to recover, reducing the duration of the giant god body's maintenance. This was a battle of life and death. Chunzong did not wish to die here, nor would he die here. Therefore, he could only defeat Divine Lord Xianyan. Of course, even if he could not defeat him, he could still escape. However, after escaping, there was no guarantee that Divine Lord Xianyan would not use other means to deal with the Taihao Mountain. Just like before, he had sent people to kill the Taihao Mountain disciples in Primordial Executioner Cosmos City to force him to accept the challenge. It would be best if he could defeat Divine Lord Xianyan. As for killing him, it would not be easy with his present strength. Fivefold primordial chaos heart force was unleashed. Everything in the world was reduced to nothingness. A pitch-black aura emanated from a sword. Immediately, cracks appeared in the void as an extremely terrifying aura of annihilation emanated. It was as though everything would be destroyed. Kill. This strike was Chunzong's most powerful single-heart sword Dao killer move. Its might was unparalleled, much stronger than the eternal stars. When the sword slashed out, the void was silently sliced apart, revealing a pitch-black scar. The scar was extremely deep, and the aura it emitted was even more terrifying. It caused Divine Lord Xianyan's expression to change drastically. The pale white flames instantly extended, transforming into a gigantic saber. It slashed down, causing the world to crumble. The pale white flame saber was cleaved apart. The pitch-black sword beam arrived and slashed at Divine Lord Xianyan's body. A terrifying power of annihilation erupted, instantly cleaving Divine Lord Xianyan apart. cleaved into two with a single strike. This scene immediately caused everyone's eyes to widen in shock. Chapter 32:11. A new year, a new day, a new wave of monthly votes. In the void, everyone saw with their own eyes that the white flame god was cut in half by the pitch-black sword light. Shock. Inexplicable shock. Could there be a change in the battle? Could unparalleled Sword Sage win the battle? If he won, wouldn't the payout be 10-1? Those who placed a small bet were secretly happy. If he really won, they would make a small profit. Unparalleled Sword Sage's strength can be ranked in the top 10 of the real chaotic board. The golden figure said in a low voice with a solemn tone. Any peerless expert who could be ranked in the top 10 of the real chaotic board was not ordinary. The terrifying power of the return of everything in heaven and earth continued to wreak havoc and destroy the power of White Flame God. Countless red lights appeared and gathered from all directions. They turned white and entered White Flame God like swallows returning to their nest. Recover. White Flame God recovered again. At the same time, he threw out a palm across the sky. The pale fire prison surged and turned into a prison surrounding Chunzong. With a direct hit, the giant god's body was broken into pieces. In the distance, the giant god's body gathered again. There was only half of the giant god's power left. This made Chunzong extremely solemn. The giant god's power that could have supported him for 2 hours had only been used for dozens of breaths. After being hit a few times, the giant god's power decreased rapidly. This time, the giant god's body that was destroyed had recovered and consumed more of the giant god's power. Now, there was only half of the giant god's power left. This meant that he could only fight for 1 hour. But could he really fight for 1 hour? It was difficult. Unless he could not be attacked again, the time would be shortened and there would not be much left in the end. Chunzong looked solemn and thought quickly. There was no doubt that Emperor Xian Yin was the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. He was even stronger than Chunzong. It was just that Chunzong had not met him yet. In terms of swordsmanship, Emperor Xian Yin was no match for Chunzong. However, Chunzong was still inferior in other aspects. Emperor Xian Yin was very powerful in the state of White Flame God. He could also absorb the power of fire from the void to recover the White Flame God's power. How could he defeat such an opponent? Indeed, what Chunzong wanted was to defeat, not escape. This was because Chunzong knew very well that it was not impossible for him to escape. After he escaped, Divine Emperor Xian Yin would definitely think of ways to target Taihao Mountain and force him into submission. Only by defeating Sir God Xian Yin could he put an end to such a situation. While thinking, Chunzong did not stop at all. His figure changed, and his sword light flashed in all directions, once again approaching White Flame God. It was impossible for the White Flame God to have no weaknesses. It was impossible for it to constantly absorb the power of the flames in the void to recover. Chunzong believed that it would not be so perfect. There must be some limitations. Moreover, the core of the White Flame God was Emperor Xian Yin. As long as Emperor Xian Yin was defeated, the White Flame God would not be able to sustain itself. This was a secret art, just like the secret art of his giant god form. A fierce battle. Chunzong abandoned all distracting thoughts. His mind was focused on activating the realm of mixed origin to the extreme. The mixed origin heart force was constantly consumed and recovered, and so was the giant god power. No, if this goes on, I may be exhausted to death, Chunzong said to himself. He frowned slightly, and a touch of decisiveness flashed across his eyes. In an instant, the mixed origin heart force surged at an amazing speed and collided in the giant god body. Each collision caused an even more terrifying power to erupt continuously. The collision caused the power to become even more powerful and astonishing. Originally, Chunzong could only unleash 3 times the power of the mixed origin heart force. After that, he could unleash 5 times the power. Now, in the past 10 years, Chunzong had further improved on the basis of 5 times the power. 10 times. However, the explosion of the mixed origin heart force could not be performed under normal circumstances, because the perfect immortal body of a universe could not withstand it. Only by activating the giant god battle method and transforming into the giant god body could he withstand it. 10 times the power of the mixed origin heart force was very powerful, enough to increase Chunzong's attack power by several times. It was like the power of an ancient volcano erupting in an instant, but it was instantly restrained and disappeared without a trace. It was as if it was just an illusion. The sword was restrained, and the essence, chi, and spirit were restrained. Except for the giant god power, all other powers were completely restrained. Sacrificial god kill. Chunzong was going to perform the sacrificial god kill. Of course, it was not the complete sacrificial god kill, but the half-sacrificial god kill that Chunzong had improved over the past 10 years. It was named the secondary sacrificial god kill by Chunzong. It would only consume 50% of all his power and not all of it. In this way, he would not directly lose all power to resist. Even if it was the secondary sacrificial god kill, under 10 times the mixed origin heart force, its power was still very terrifying. It was 2 or 3 times more powerful than the return of all things to ruins. The most powerful stroke. Emperor Xianyan, who was in the white flame hell, suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He felt as if he was shrouded by the shadow of death. His power surged, and the 10,000-meter white flame, hell, suddenly became turbulent. Countless white flames gathered and condensed into one huge white flame spear after another. They burst out at the speed of light and mercilessly shot at Chunzong. Boom, 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 boom. The void was shattered. Under the bombardment of the dozens of spears of white flame, Chunzong's eyes shone with unparalleled sharpness, carrying with them a thick sense of deathly stillness. The power that had been completely restrained erupted in an instant. Swing the sword. A red light that symbolized death suddenly appeared. It was indescribable how terrifying the red light was. When it appeared, the burly figure and the veiled woman trembled. An indescribable horror rose from the depths of their hearts. This stroke actually made them feel threatened, a fatal threat. It should be known that they were more than 100,000 meters away from Chunzong. Moreover, their rankings on the real chaotic board were all higher than Emperor Xianyan's. With such strength, they actually felt a fatal threat from this stroke. Although this stroke might not be able to kill them, they definitely had to use their trump cards to resist it. In other words, the peerless sword Saint Chunzong's strength was actually not much weaker than theirs. The red light swept across the sky, silently, and with an endless sense of death. It directly smashed the white flame spears and attacked the white flame god with an irresistible force. The 10,000-meter white flame, hell, was suddenly torn apart. The body of the white flame god was also penetrated. The terrifying red light kept raging in the body of the white flame god and attacked Emperor Xianyan. Emperor Xianyan was the core of the white flame god. As long as Emperor Xianyan was defeated, the white flame god would not be able to sustain itself. The power of the secondary sacrificial god kill was indeed terrifying. Divine Emperor Xianyan of the white flame god was unavoidably hit. The terrifying power wreaked havoc, crazily destroying Divine Emperor Xianyan's azure flame immortal body, consuming Divine Emperor Xianyan's cultivation strength. The white flame god was also shaken as if it was about to collapse. The scene made Chunzong reveal an undetectable joy. His chaotic primordial realm operated continuously, and the chaotic primordial heart power that had been consumed quickly recovered. His essence, chi, and spirit also recovered quickly. The collapse of the white flame god shocked everyone. Extremely. Was Emperor Xianyan going to lose? Was the peerless sword saint so powerful? Those who did not bet on the peerless sword saint were so regretful that they almost beat their chests and stamped their feet. As for those who wanted to give it a try, they laughed and could not hide their joy. 1 to 10, that was 10 times the ratio. A bet of 100 chaotic divine gems would get 1,000 chaotic divine gems. A bet of 1,000 chaotic divine gems would get 10,000 chaotic divine gems. Those who dared to bet on the peerless sword saint were usually rich. They placed their bets on all three. However, the main bet was that the peerless sword saint could withstand 100 strokes. The second bet was that the peerless sword saint could escape. The last bet was that the peerless sword saint would win. Even so, those who bet on the peerless sword saint winning would get at least 10,000 chaotic divine gems. It meant that the ratio was 1 to 10. They could get 100,000 chaotic divine gems, or even more. Formation rise. There was a roar that reverberated through the void. The 10,000-meter wide pale inferno prison suddenly fluctuated. In the void, pieces of white gems slowly appeared and gave out rays of light, forming a huge formation. It turned out that the Xianyan Divine Palace had set up a formation there. If anything happened, the formation would be activated. Once the formation was activated, boundless power suddenly surged. It was as though it was extracted from the void and flowed towards the Emperor Xianyan. The white flame god gathered again. The Emperor Xianyan is still the Emperor Xianyan. He's still so shameless, the golden figure sneered. The others also saw it. Although they were disdainful, they could not say anything, because there was no rule that said they could not use other means. Chenzong looked solemn. He had already performed the secondary god kill. Was he still unable to defeat the Emperor Xianyan? Was the sacrifice god kill the only way? However, once he performed the sacrifice god kill, his power would be depleted. Although he could recover quickly, it would take some time. If he could not kill the Emperor Xianyan, he would be killed. You should be proud to have forced me to this step, the Emperor Xianyan said. It was hard to tell whether he was angry or happy. Chenzong did not reply. He stared at the white flame god and thought quickly. How should he deal with it? There was still a big gap between his strength and the Emperor Xianyan's. Should he run away and hide with Union Xin? If he did that, he did not know whether the Taihao Mountain would be affected. Emperor Xianyan, your reputation is not as good as meeting you in person. A deep voice suddenly sounded. A figure in a black robe and a ghost mask flew out and approached quickly. I have heard that you are unscrupulous. So it is true. Who are you? Do you want to interfere with my business? The Emperor Xianyan, the white flame god, said angrily. I am the war demon. The voice of the man in the black robe and ghost mask sounded again. As soon as the four words came out, everyone was shocked. The war demon. He defeated the person who replaced the Dragon King of Tianmen and was ranked 18th on the chaotic real ranking list. Why did he show up? The war demon. The Emperor Xianyan's face fell. I don't know you, and we have no entanglements. Are you going to show up for the peerless sword saint? Long time no see. Let's team up again today. The war demon ignored the Emperor Xianyan. Instead, he looked at Chenzong and said with a smile, "That's my wish. I dare not ask for it." Chenzong smiled. It was a carefree smile. Chapter 32:12. Above the void, Chenzong stood side by side with the war demon, facing Emperor Xianyan. A total of 99 white crystals floated around the 10,000-meter pale inferno prison. Invisible forces connected with each other and eventually merged with the pale inferno prison. Formation. It was the formation that Xianyan Divine Palace had set up long ago. If Emperor Xianyan could defeat and kill Chenzong, the formation would not be activated. After all, it was not an honorable method. However, no one had expected that peerless sword sage Chenzong could make such a powerful move. It was so powerful that it almost destroyed Emperor Xianyan's immortal body. Emperor Xianyan had no choice but to activate the formation that he had set up beforehand. So what if it was not honorable? History was written by the victors. As long as he defeated and killed peerless sword sage Chenzong, it would be enough. For Emperor Xianyan, it didn't matter how he won. What mattered was whether he could win. Who would have thought that there would be a war demon that would help Chenzong fight against him? Did he think that a mere war demon would be able to compete with him? Then he would kill both of them. Emperor Xianyan's killing intent surged in his heart. White Flame God's aura became stronger and stronger. Under the operation of the formation, the power of fire in the void was constantly absorbed and transferred to White Flame God's body. White Flame God looked more and more solid, as if it was about to become a substance. Not long after, Chunzong's mixed yuan heart power recovered quickly. It had recovered to 80% and was still recovering. What made Chunzong happy was the war demon. As expected, it was the war demon that he knew. The war demon that came from the same place and fought side by side with him. However, the war demon back then was not very strong. Unexpectedly, after 1,000 years, when he saw the war demon again in the new universe era, he had become a peerless expert who was ranked 18th on the real chaotic list. The world was really unpredictable, but it was so surprising. Once again, they fought side by side. Chunzong's sword intent was resonating. At the same time, a saber intent rose from the war devil's body. It was an extremely tyrannical saber intent. The strength of the saber intent surprised Chunzong. He wondered what kind of opportunity the war devil had encountered in the chaos universe that had allowed him to improve so much. However, it was still a good thing. As the war demon knife exploded, Han Sun reached out and grabbed the air. It was as if he was using the air as a scabbard to pull out a long, black knife. The knife was covered with mysterious markings, which were intertwined and inlaid. It looked very complicated, and it was full of amazing mysteries. Black Abyss Saber, a top-tier Chaos Saint artifact. White Flame God's thick arms suddenly pulled, and a huge long saber appeared in the midst of the white flames. The saber was burning with white flames and emitted a terrifying aura. Chop! The white flame long saber suddenly slashed down. The saber light was enormous, crossing the sky. It carried a horrible, murderous intent, aiming to kill Chunzong and the war devil. The saber light locked the two of them. Chop! 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 The formation constantly absorbed the power of the flame deep in the void to replenish itself. The white flame god's power seemed to be endless. The giant saber light slashed continuously. Every slash seemed to be full of power. Since there was no need to worry about the consumption of energy, there was nothing to worry about. Chunzong and the war devil immediately took action. They first dodged, then crossed the sky and quickly approached the white flame god. The white flame god was huge, and the saber in his hand was also very long. It was dozens of meters long. If they were close, the white flame god could make the saber unable to exert its power. However, the white flame god, under the control of divine Emperor Xian, also had excellent martial arts techniques. The long saber swept in all directions like a storm. For a moment, Chunzong and the war devil couldn't get close. The white flame god's saber technique consumed too much energy. If it weren't for the formation, it wouldn't have lasted long. Destroy the formation's nodes first. Chunzong immediately sent a message to the war devil. The war devil nodded, and the two of them scattered. How would the white flame god chase after them? The white flame god's hands that were holding the white flame saber suddenly separated. The white flame saber also became longer and narrower. Holding the white flame saber in both hands, the white flame god immediately attacked the war devil and Chunzong. It wasn't difficult for peerless experts to do two things at the same time. As long as they were willing to work hard for a while, they could do it. However, both Chunzong and the war devil were powerful. The white flame god couldn't deal with the two of them at the same time. Destroy the formation's nodes. Chunzong and the war devil burst out with amazing speed. The sword light and the saber light burst out, directly attacking the formation's nodes and the white crystals. To deal with the white flame god, they had to destroy the formation's nodes one by one. As long as they destroyed a part of the formation, it would be easier to deal with the white flame god. If it was just Chunzong alone, it would be almost impossible for him to destroy the nodes of the formation. However, with the help of the powerful war devil, the difficulty was greatly reduced. Shameless, an elder of the Xian Flame Divine Palace, shouted angrily and attacked at once. Immediately, the other true saints of the Qian Flame Divine Palace also attacked to stop Qinzong and the War Devil from destroying the formation's nodes. In an instant, it became a chaotic battle. In the Qian Flame Divine Palace, besides the demigod ancestor, the Qian Flame Divine Emperor was the most powerful, followed by the Black Flame Divine Emperor. However, the Black Flame Divine Emperor had already been killed by Qinzong. None of the remaining true saints were a match for Qinzong and the War Devil. They swung their swords. The sword light struck horizontally, the saber light cut horizontally, and the saber light swept horizontally. The other true saints of the Qian Flame Divine Palace attacked, immediately putting more pressure on Qinzong and the War Devil. However, Qinzong's expression didn't change at all. The War Devil was wearing a ghost mask, so no one could see his expression. With one sword, a true saint was immediately split open. The immortal body instantly collapsed and reformed in the distance. The sword light rose again and cut across the sky. It was the Shenshao sword. The sword power was unparalleled and extremely shocking. It cut through everything and cut through all obstacles. The second sword, Boundless Formless Kill. The extremely fast sword broke through the sky with Qinzong's terrifying power and hit one of the formation's nodes. Boundless Formless Kill focused on speed. It wasn't as powerful as the other killing moves, but it was more powerful than the sword moves. Although the nodes of the formation were very sturdy and had many layers of defense, they were still broken through and eventually penetrated. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound. The crystals of the formation's nodes shattered. The black saber in the War Devil's hand slashed through the sky and cut through everything, including one of the nodes. When the nodes were destroyed, the formation started to be affected. The efficiency of absorbing power from the void decreased bit by bit. Qian Flame Divine Emperor was extremely furious. He controlled the White Flame Divine Emperor to attack continuously, but he couldn't do anything to the War Devil and Qinzong. One of them was no match for him, but the two of them together were different. The third node, the fourth node, the fifth node, one node after another was destroyed. The formation's operation became more and more obscure. The power of the White Flame Divine Emperor was also affected. There were 99 nodes in the formation. Under the constant destruction, the true Saint Realm experts of the Qian Flame Divine Palace couldn't stop it. Their strength was far inferior to that of Qinzong and the War Devil. The most they could do was to delay them. However, Qinzong and the War Devil were not ordinary cultivators. Naturally, they weren't affected much. One node after another was destroyed. When more than half of the nodes were destroyed, the entire formation collapsed. It could no longer absorb any power from the void to replenish the White Flame Divine Emperor's consumption. Even the White Flame Divine Emperor didn't seem to be as condensed as before. Qian Flame Divine Emperor didn't dare to release the power of the White Flame Divine Emperor recklessly. The two sabers disappeared. He flipped his palms and grabbed the White Flame Divine Emperor. Compared to the power of the sabers, the White Flame Divine Emperor, who was empty-handed, was much less threatening. Kill. Qinzong and the War Devil attacked the White Flame Divine Emperor with their sabers and swords. The sabers and swords cooperated well, which greatly increased the threat of the White Flame Divine Emperor. For a moment, the White Flame Divine Emperor was constantly attacked, and its power was constantly consumed. Without the support of the formation, Qian Flame Divine Emperor couldn't hold on for long with his own strength. Stall him. Qinzong sent a message to the War Devil. The War Devil understood him immediately. It exploded with an intimidating saber intent. The patterns on the Dark Abyss saber seemed to come alive. They danced like dragons and snakes, bursting with an intimidating aura. Slash! The saber radiance swept across the sky with unparalleled destructive power, destroying everything. The fighting intent was earth-shattering. The War Devil and the saber became one. They turned into a ball of black saber radiance and rushed toward the White Flame Divine Emperor. The War Devil didn't seem to be afraid of death. Its fighting intent was even stronger. Qinzong held his breath and concentrated. Then, he released another attack. 10 times the mixed Yuan heart force was released. Then, he restrained all his power and released it again. Secondary sacrifice, spirit kill. The previous attack had clearly threatened Xian Flame, Divine Emperor. Now that the War Devil had joined hands, they could make another attack. Kill. A red light pierced through the sky. Then, the Divine Sword arrived. The sword couldn't be dodged or resisted. The White Flame Divine Emperor was hit again. The terrifying red light rushed toward Xian Flame Divine Emperor. The next moment, the White Flame Divine Emperor shook violently and cracked. The saber radiance of the War Devil shrank and then exploded. It turned into a huge saber that was 100 meters long. It was pitch black and slashed down from the sky as if it came from the abyss. The saber essence was supreme, and the fighting intent was boundless. The White Flame Divine Emperor was completely defeated. Even Xian Flame Divine Emperor's indestructible body was destroyed. What you gave me today, I'll pay you back tenfold. Xian Flame Divine Emperor gathered again in the distance. He turned into a white flame and flew away at an extremely fast speed. He knew clearly that he was no match for Peerless Sword Saint and the War Devil. Moreover, the formation he had set up was destroyed. The appearance of the War Devil was unexpected. No one had expected that the War Devil would be friends with Peerless Sword Saint. Plus, the War Devil was so powerful that he could be in the top 10 of the Real Chaotic Ranking Board. When two experts in the top 10 of the Real Chaotic Ranking Board joined hands, it was indeed terrifying. Xian Flame Divine Emperor retreated. Otherwise, if the battle had continued, Xian Flame Divine Emperor might have been killed. Xian Flame Divine Emperor retreated and escaped. The other true saints from Xian Flame Divine Palace also flew away at top speed. They were afraid that they would be killed by Chunzong. Since we've met today, I'll treat you to a drink, Chunzong said to the War Devil with a smile as he removed the giant god fighting skill and sheathed his sword. The War Devil didn't answer immediately. He looked at Chunzong fixedly. After 10 breaths, he asked, "Do you have good wine?" "I have arrow wine," Chunzong said with a smile. Chapter 32:13. In the void outside Tianluo Chaotic City, Peerless Sword Saint and Emperor Xian Yan were fighting. In this battle, Peerless Sword Saint displayed superb swordsmanship and great power. The Chaotic City was shocked when the 18th ranked War Demon helped Peerless Sword Saint fight against Emperor Xian Yan. The news was sent out by the Tianji sect at the fastest speed. It swept across the void and caused an uproar. The content of the news was very detailed, from the two sides to the unexpected strength of the Peerless Sword Saint to the formation set up by the Xian Flame Divine Palace, and so on. Then, the War Devil joined forces with the Peerless Sword Saint to fight against the enemy. The other true saints of the Xian Flame Divine Palace also joined the battle. It had to be said that the person in charge of writing this piece of news in the Heaven Secret Pavilion was indeed a genius. It was simply like writing a short legendary story. He wrote the changes in the story in such a way that it was full of twists and turns, ups and downs, and it was so captivating that one couldn't help but be moved by it. While the Void was shocked by this news, Chunzong had already returned to Yuanzhan Universe City with War Demon. He went back to Taihao Mountain and saw Yan Yinxin first before drinking with War Demon. This wine is from the last era. Chunzong took out a large jar of wine. Chunzong loved to drink. He often stored a lot of good wine in his storage device because Chunzong didn't care if it wasn't good wine. In the last era, Chunzong stored a lot of good wine. However, after being trapped in the small chaotic world for 1,000 years, Chunzong drank from time to time while cultivating. Now, there wasn't much left. Perhaps there were even better wines in this chaos verse, but there were very few left from the previous epic. Moreover, Chunzong and the War Demon were both from the previous epic, which had a special meaning to them. "I don't drink normally." War Demon's voice was a little low. "But I'm happy today, so I'll drink with you." Not drinking normally didn't mean he wouldn't drink. "You give me a familiar feeling. You must be someone I know." Chunzong filled the War Demon's cup with wine and said, "But I can't remember who you are right now." This question has been in your mind for a long time, hasn't it? The war devil asked him back with a smile. Indeed. Shenzong nodded. He raised his glass and drained it. Previously, he had been very confused about the identity of the war demon. After thinking about it carefully, he couldn't think of anyone who could match the war demon. However, after various experiences, he had less contact with the war demon. So, Shenzong didn't pursue the matter anymore. Until today, this question had resurfaced. However, he didn't know if he would be able to solve his doubts today. As his thoughts turned, Shenzong suddenly stopped. He saw the war demon put its hand on the ghost mask and slowly took it off. When the ghost mask was completely taken off, Shenzong was stunned. His eyes widened, and his face was filled with astonishment. Until now, there were very few things that could make Shenzong lose his composure, and this was one of them. It's you. How could it be you? Shenzong was shocked. It's me, the war demon replied with a slight smile. It gently put the ghost mask aside. Who is it? Who could make Shenzong lose his composure like this? The heavenly god Gong. That's right, the war demon was the heavenly god Gong. Shenzong was very shocked. A long time ago, in the small world of the Lingwu holy world, he and the heavenly god Gong were like old enemies. In the last battle, he was lucky enough to break through and defeat the heavenly god Gong. That battle was a battle of life and death. He was alive, and the heavenly god Gong was dead. At that time, he also drifted into the void and embarked on the path of cultivation. As an old enemy, Shenzong wanted to pay respects to the heavenly god Gong after returning to the Lingwu holy world. In the end, he found out that the heavenly god Gong was killed by a sword during the battle. In the process of falling, the heavenly god Gong's corpse disappeared. No one knew where it went. Shenzong didn't pay much attention to it because he still had a lot of things to do. He didn't expect that he would see the heavenly god Gong again here. The war demon was the heavenly god Gong. This gave Shenzong a great shock. When he first saw the war demon, Shenzong felt that the war demon was a little familiar. It should be someone he knew, but he didn't think that it was the heavenly god Gong. After all, in the battle in the Lingwu holy world, the heavenly god Gong was indeed killed by him. As for why the corpse disappeared, that might be another reason. Many questions lingered in Shenzong's mind. The war demon, which was the heavenly god Gong, raised his wine cup. There was a slight mocking smile on his face. It seemed that he found Shenzong's shocked expression very interesting. He drank the wine in one gulp and then put down the cup. Back then, Shenzong opened his mouth. However, he only felt that he didn't know how to ask. There were too many thoughts and too many messy thoughts. You want to ask why I disappeared when I died under your sword? And why am I still alive? The heavenly god Gong asked. Shenzong nodded. He wasn't worried that the heavenly god Gong would attack him. If the heavenly god Gong wanted to attack him, he didn't need to help Xian Yin during the battle. I used to be the heavenly god Gong, but now I'm the war demon. The heavenly god Gong smiled and said, War demon is my name and also my code name. Shenzong frowned slightly. He seemed to understand, but also seemed to find it hard to understand. Back then, I died in a battle with you. However, because I was the child of the world of the Lingwu holy world, my remnant soul that hadn't completely dissipated after my death fused with the will of the Lingwu holy world. The war demon said unhurriedly, I was taken away by the will of the world, modified, and finally became the master of the world. The master of the world. The master of the Lingwu holy world. At that time, the Lingwu holy world was only a very weak, small world. Therefore, as the master of the world, the war demon's strength wasn't strong enough. However, there was a benefit to becoming the master of the Lingwu holy world. It was easier for the war demon to cultivate. At the same time, his improvement would also promote the growth of the Lingwu holy world. In turn, the growth of the Lingwu holy world would also promote the growth of the war demon's potential. It was a process that complemented each other. In the last universe era, the war demon's improvement wasn't very fast. However, when the universe era changed, the Lingwu holy world received great benefits and became much stronger. This caused the war demon's potential to increase explosively. After cultivating diligently, his strength also increased rapidly. That was how he achieved his current strength. After listening to the war demon briefly explain the cause and effect of the matter, Chunzong couldn't help but sigh in amazement. This encounter was really extraordinary. The master of the world. This was equivalent to having an entire world to rely on. This also resolved the doubts Chunzong had for many years. Chunzong didn't feel the slightest bit of jealousy, nor did he feel the slightest bit of envy. Others had their own paths, while he had his own path. As long as he persisted, it would be fine. If it weren't for your sword that year, I wouldn't have had the brilliance of the future. The war demon raised his wine cup and smiled at Chunzong. The current war demon was the heavenly god gong. However, it wasn't a complete heavenly god gong. It was a combination of the heavenly god gong and the will of the Lingwu holy world. Drink to your heart's content. Chunzong and the war demon drank to their heart's content. After drinking, neither of them were drunk. Chunzong also asked the war demon about the Lingwu holy world. He wondered if his father, Chun Zhengtang, was still alive after the universe era changed. There was also his elder sister, Chun Qian. Previously, Chunzong had also inquired about the Lingwu holy world. Unfortunately, he didn't find it. Even the Heaven's secret sect couldn't find it. This was because the war demon had hidden the Lingwu holy world in the depths of the void. Even if a demigod expert wanted to find it, it wouldn't be that easy. The entire Lingwu holy world was completely sealed. In other words, one couldn't enter or leave. This was also to protect the Lingwu holy world. Even as the master of the world, the war demon couldn't casually enter and exit the Lingwu holy world. Of course, it wasn't impossible, but it was more troublesome. Don't worry, your relatives are all still alive, the war demon said. This made Chunzong extremely excited and happy. They were all still alive. This was a piece of great news. However, I can't take you there now. We can only wait for a while, the war demon said. It'll probably take about 20 years. 20 years? Although Chunzong couldn't wait to see his father and elder sister, he didn't say anything else. The war demon had his own reasons for not taking him there now. Wait. He could only wait. After drinking to his heart's content, the war demon took his leave. He didn't plan to stay on Mount Taihao because Mount Taihao belonged to Chunzong. 20 years later, you can come to the demon extermination weave to find me, the war demon said, then floated away. After watching the war demon leave, Chunzong turned and stepped into Mount Taihao. Today, he was very emotional. First, he saw the dead heavenly god Gong. However, he was now the war demon, not the heavenly god Gong of the past. In addition, he also heard news about the Lingwu holy world, especially news about his father and the others. According to the war demon, the Lingwu holy world was sealed. Thus, the lifespans of the people inside weren't greatly affected by the chaotic universe. In addition, the war demon intentionally protected them, so his father and the others were still alive. This was a debt of gratitude. Without the protection of the will of the Lingwu holy world, his father and the others would have reached the end of their lifespans. Helping me defeat Divine Emperor Xianyan is the second favor, Chunzong said to himself. It was right to distinguish between kindness and hatred. He had to remember these two favors and repay them. Thinking of this, Chunzong thought of Divine Emperor Xianyan. This time, Divine Emperor Xianyan was defeated by him and the war demon. He probably wouldn't let it go and would definitely think of ways to deal with him. My current strength is still not enough, Chunzong said to himself. Improve. He had to continue to improve. Chunzong had gained a lot from the battle with Divine Emperor Xianyan. That kind of fierce battle between life and death allowed him to exert his strength to the extreme. It also constantly unearthed his own potential. Chunzong felt that after he digested this battle, his strength might be able to improve again. As for how much he could improve, he wasn't sure. After all, he had reached the limit of the true divine realm. Every bit of improvement was very difficult and precious. What a pity! If I could comprehend the way to the next realm. Shinzong couldn't help but sigh. Then, he threw this thought away and continued to cultivate. He believed that one day he would definitely find an opportunity to comprehend the next realm. By then, he would have a clear direction to break through. Once he broke through, he would be equivalent to a demigod. Chapter 32:14. After the war demon left, Taihao Mountain returned to its former tranquility. Shunzong practiced swordsmanship with his incarnation every day to further improve and comprehend the Heart Sutra. Shunzong felt that his next breakthrough lay in the Heart Sutra. If the Heart Sutra could break through to a new realm, his cultivation might improve further and even reach the demigod realm. However, it was too difficult. No matter how hard he tried, he had no clue. Practicing swordsmanship, comprehending, waiting. Time passed slowly. Today, Taihao Mountain was livelier because someone came to visit. Enlightened heavenly talisman, Taoist Cho, and perfected insect master arrived at Taihao Mountain one after another. Brother Chun, I'm really sorry. We went into closed-door training after leaving the ancient demon realm. We didn't hear about you until recently. Enlightened heavenly talisman was the first to express his regret for not being able to help Shenzong deal with Xianyan Palace Lord. Taoist Cho and perfected insect master did the same, but Shenzong was not dissatisfied. If they had come to help, it would have been a good thing. If not, it didn't matter. Everyone had their own business. Moreover, they had gained something in the giant universe relic in the ancient demon realm. It was normal for them to go into closed-door training after leaving the ancient demon realm. The four of them had gone through life and death together. They cooperated well and could be called friends. Enlightened heavenly talisman and the other two were also grateful to Shenzong. Shenzong treated them well. Enlightened heavenly talisman and the other two stayed. Taoist heavenly talisman, Taoist Cho, and Immortal bug controlling were all itinerant cultivators. They were the kind of people who had no ties to the world and could be counted as the most talented among itinerant cultivators. There were no more than 10 itinerant cultivators on the entire Chaos Rio ranking, and the three of them accounted for a large portion of the total. The reason they left behind was that they wanted to exchange pointers with Shenzong. This might be one of the reasons, but the other reason they didn't say was that they wanted to help Shenzong guard Taihao Mountain and prevent him from being threatened by the Xian Flame Divine Palace. In this way, Taihao Mountain would have 4 peerless experts on the real chaotic ranking. Even if Divine Emperor Xian Yin came back, it would not be easy to deal with Shenzong. Moreover, Shenzong was not stupid enough to leave Taihao Mountain and give Divine Emperor Xian Yin chance. In addition, if Divine Emperor Xian Yin wanted to use the previous method to force Shenzong, it would not be so easy. Firstly, Shenzong had ordered the Taihao Mountain to be sealed off for a period of time, and all the disciples had to focus on improving their strength. Secondly, the Immortal Heavenly Talisman and the other 2 peerless experts on the real ranking of Primal Chaos were assisting them. It would not be easy to attack the Taihao Mountain by force, and the price to pay would be huge. No matter how angry Sir God Xianyan was, he didn't take any action. Not long after, there was a piece of news that Sir God Xian Yin challenged Sir God Wu. No one had seen that battle, or rather, even if someone had seen it, there was no news about it. No one knew the outcome of the battle. It was not until the new real chaotic ranking was announced that everyone knew that Sir God Xian Yin had failed the challenge. That was because Sir God Wu was still ranked first on the real chaotic ranking, and Sir God Xian Yin was still ranked 8th on the real chaotic ranking. War Demon was ranked 18th on the real chaotic ranking, and Shenzong was ranked 36th on the real chaotic ranking. However, everyone knew that Shenzong's real strength was definitely not as simple as being ranked 36th on the real chaotic ranking. He was at least in the top 10, and so was War Demon. He also had the fighting capability of being in the top 10 on the real chaotic ranking. That day was not an ordinary day. That was because a little life was born in Taihao Mountain. His cries were loud and clear, and they resounded throughout the Taihao Mountain. Congratulations, Mountain Master, for having a son. An elder of Taihao Mountain chuckled and was very happy. Congratulations, Mountain Master, for having a son. The entire Taihao Mountain was immersed in a sea of joy. Compared to the other people of Taihao Mountain, Chunzong was a little strange. He was different from usual. A little life was in his arms. Chunzong was very nervous and even a little at a loss. He felt that the little life was too small and looked weak. He was worried that he would hurt him if he used a little strength. However, in fact, the little life was not comparable to an ordinary baby. His vitality was extremely strong, comparable to some ordinary cultivators. That's right. Chunzong had named the little guy Chunin. Although he was just a newborn baby, he was not inferior to a cultivator in the Foundation realm at all. All of this was because of his strong bloodline. As he carefully embraced Chunin, Chunzong looked at Chun-An's bright jet-black eyes and sensed the pure aura emanated from Chun-An's body. For some unknown reason, an indescribable feeling of being moved arose in his heart, and he seemed to have obtained something. If it were any other time, Chunzong would definitely seize this feeling to cultivate in seclusion. However, Chunzong did not pay attention to it now, because the current situation was more important. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In Taihao Mountain, a little baby was running around, causing a lot of chaos. This little baby had delicate features, and his skin was as white as mutton fat jade. He was a little chubby, and at first glance, he looked very cute. However, his pair of black eyes showed how mischievous he was, and how he caused trouble everywhere. In just half a year, Chunin could walk. A month later, he was running around and causing trouble everywhere. He climbed up and down. Aside from sleeping, he was not quiet for a moment. Chunzong and Yunyanxin didn't teach Chun and how to cultivate. It was not that they didn't want to teach him, but that he was too young and there was no need to. Once he started cultivating, he would need to cultivate wholeheartedly. He could no longer play around as he pleased. He was still so young, so of course he had to focus on playing. Moreover, Chun had inherited Yunyanxin's star-scorching true phoenix bloodline. It was even purer and denser than Yunyanxin's bloodline. However, due to his young age, he could only develop a small part of it. However, as he grew older, the potential of the star-scorching true phoenix bloodline would be continuously developed. Although Chun was only 1 year old and had never cultivated before, with the power of the star-scorching true phoenix bloodline, he was not inferior to a peak foundation establishment cultivator at all. Of course, Chun was no match for a true peak foundation establishment cultivator. After all, he had never cultivated before. He caused trouble everywhere until the year he was 3 years old. Chunin, come back and learn the zither. Yunyanxin shouted angrily. Father, why don't you take care of your wife? Chunin looked at Chunzong with a bitter expression. Look at me getting beaten up every day. A small beating every 3 days and a big beating every 10 days. Don't you feel sorry for me? I'm your son. There was nothing he could do. His mother was very fierce and tough. If he didn't listen to her, it was very likely that he would be violently beaten up. However, Chun was too much of a troublemaker, so getting beaten up was a common occurrence. Son, have you heard of a fighting style? Chunzong asked with a chuckle. What fighting style? Chun-An's little face revealed a puzzled expression. Mixed doubles. Chunzong still had a smile on his face, but he said something that made Chun-An's expression change greatly. Abusing a child. Inhumane. I'm leaving. Chun scurried away like a rabbit and obediently went to learn the zither. He still hadn't started cultivating. Chunzong and Yunyanxin both planned to wait until he was a little older before starting cultivating. In addition, Chunzong also didn't plan to teach Chun and his own cultivation method. After all, his own cultivation method was very difficult and required all kinds of opportunities and coincidences. Of course, the One Heart Sutra had to be taught. It would be of great help to cultivation. However, Chunzong wasn't sure if Chunzong could master the One Heart Sutra by then. Let nature take its course. At the age of 5, Chunin was about to start cultivating. He had the bloodline of the star-burning true phoenix, and what he cultivated was Yunyinshin's cultivation method. It could further enhance the potential of his bloodline and improve his cultivation. Chunzong and Yunyinshin were both sword cultivators. Chunin also learned the sword, starting from the most basic swordsmanship. Tall buildings are built from the ground. If your foundation isn't solid, it's hard to improve. Chunzong taught Chun and how to use the sword. Although it was called a basic swordsmanship, it was summed up by Chunzong and his avatar countless times. It was an extremely comprehensive and suitable swordsmanship for building one's foundation. It might not be suitable for battle, but it was definitely suitable for building one's foundation. It could be said to be one of the best foundation-building swordsmanship in the chaotic universe. Compared to learning the zither, Chun was much more interested in learning the sword. He held a sword that was suitable for his height, and his little face was full of seriousness. His attitude made Chunzong very satisfied. Talent was one thing, but whether or not one had a proper attitude was another. If a very talented person didn't have a proper attitude and couldn't be treated seriously, then his talent would be wasted and his final achievements would be limited. On the other hand, if a person with mediocre talent was extremely serious, his final achievements would usually be great. A talented and serious person would achieve amazing achievements. There was no doubt that Chunan's talent was very high, surpassing many people. Chunzong hoped that he could have a proper attitude and live up to his talent. Chunan's current performance made Chunzong very satisfied. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. Chun was already an 8-year-old child, yet his height was even taller than an ordinary 10-year-old child. His expression was serious and solemn as he held his sword and practiced. Shockingly, he was practicing the basic sword technique that Chunzong taught him 3 years ago. In the past 3 years, Chunzong only taught this basic swordsmanship to Chunin. He could only practice other swordsmanship when Chun and passed the assessment. This was because this basic swordsmanship that Chunzong had carefully crafted was extremely superb. Using it to build one's foundation would lay an extremely solid foundation for swordsmanship. No matter what swordsmanship one practiced in the future, it would be twice the result with half the effort. As the saying goes, sharpening a knife won't delay the work of cutting firewood. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. Chun was still practicing the basic swordsmanship. His cultivation base had unknowingly broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage. A 10-year-old Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. This was the result of Chunzong and Yunyinshin asking Chun and to do his best to suppress it. Otherwise, he would have at least reached the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. The three of you, I'll leave Taihao Mountain in your hands for the time being, Chunzong said to Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and the other two. Don't worry, we'll guard this place well. Enlightened Heavenly Talisman immediately smiled. They were all rogue cultivators and had been staying here for 10 years. They were used to it and had no plans to leave for the time being. Chunzong's clone also stayed in Taihao Mountain, but only Enlightened Heavenly Talisman and Yunyinshin knew about the existence of the clone. As for Chunzong's original body, he set off with Yunyinshin and the 10-year-old Chun into the Demon Slayer Weave's main battle fort to look for the war demon. The appointed time with the war demon had arrived. Chapter 32:15. Inside the space-time temple of the Demon Extermination Weave's main fortress, the space-time teleportation array continued to operate. Strands of light intertwined in all directions, forming rings of various colors. A buzzing sound reverberated in all directions and filled the space-time temple. Immediately, 3 figures materialized in the array. When the array stopped operating, the 3 figures stepped out of the array together. The 3 of them were a boy, a girl, and a boy. The boy had delicate features and a pair of clear and deep eyes. He looked around curiously. This was the first time Chun had left Primordial Astral City. In the past, he had only left Taihao Mountain to stroll around Primordial Astral City. Every time he went out, Chunzong would secretly follow him to prevent the people of Dazzling Flame Divine Palace from attacking him. This was the first time he had left primordial Astral City. As a child, he was naturally very curious. He looked around as if he couldn't get enough of it. However, while Chun might cause trouble in Taihao Mountain, he wouldn't do so outside. This saved Chunzong and Yunyanxin a lot of trouble. The demon extermination weave's aura was also filled with killing intent. It was similar to the monster-slaying weave, but it was different. The monster-slaying weave had the demonic aura of the ancient monster clan, while the demon extermination weave had the aura of the ancient demon clan. Chunzong and Yunyanxin were very familiar with this kind of killing intent, but this was the first time Chun had felt it. His little face turned serious. Chun and the demon extermination weave is the front line of the human clan and the origin clan's resistance against the ancient demon clan. Chunzong immediately explained to Chun and listened carefully. At this moment, the war demon wasn't in the main fortress. It had gone to reinforce a node. You and Chun stay here. I'm going to see the ancient demon, Chunzong said. Let's go together. Yunyanxin said. First, she had never seen the ancient demon before. Second, she wanted Chun to see it. No matter what, although she had named the child and hoped he would be safe, hope was still hope. In this chaotic universe, true peace was hard to come by. Power. Only by grasping great power would one be able to control one's own fate and be truly safe. Since that was the case, Chun was already 10 years old. Even though he was still a child, he couldn't be treated like an ordinary child. Since he was going to walk the path of an expert sooner or later, it was necessary for him to broaden his knowledge now. Now, he still had his parents to protect him, just like how an eagle could protect its young. When he grew up, he would have to go out and temper himself. Chunzong pondered for a moment and then nodded. Compared to the battle with Sir God Xianyan, his strength had improved by at least 30%. This was a very shocking improvement. Yunyanxin's cultivation had also reached the complete true saint realm. He definitely had the strength to be listed on the real chaotic board. With such strength, it would not be difficult for him to protect Chunin, even if Sir God Xianyan were to take action again. Moreover, this was the demon-slaying weave. With a demigod overseeing it, it was relatively safe. The teleportation array to the main battle fort was different from the teleportation array of the temporal temple. It could only teleport between the main battle fort and the battle fort. Battle fort number 3. The war demon was here. You're here. Seeing Chunzong, the war demon immediately greeted him. When he saw Yunyanxin, he also greeted him. When he saw Chunin, he seemed to be stunned. However, he was wearing a ghost mask, so Chunzong could not see his expression clearly. This is my son, Chunin. Chunzong immediately smiled and said, Shaoan, this is your Uncle War Demon. Uncle War Demon. Chunin immediately greeted him. Oh, Chunin, Shaoan, hello. The War Demon stuttered. It was different from the usual War Demon. Chunzong found it funny. Then, a black jade appeared in the War Demon's hand. It was about the size of an egg and seemed to be able to absorb all light. This is a black jade I got by chance. Wearing it can nourish your spirit. Take it as a gift for our first meeting. The War Demon handed the black jade to Chun and did not take it directly. Instead, he first looked at Chunzong and then at Yunyanxin. Take it. Chunzong smiled. When Uncle War Demon has kids in the future, you can give them another gift. Thank you, Uncle War Demon. Chunin took the black jade. It was cold to the touch. He instantly felt refreshed. You're welcome, the War Demon replied. He had a strange feeling in his heart. What did he mean when he had kids in the future? He had never thought about it. After chatting for a while, Chunzong talked about business. He wanted to go back to the Lingwu Holy World to see his father, Chun Zhengtang, and his elder sister, Chun Chuyan. That was why he had brought Yunyanxin and Chunin with him. Chun had never seen his grandfather. Similarly, his grandfather had never seen Chun, and I have to stay here for 3 years. After 3 years, I will depart, said the War Demon. 3 years was not a long time. It would pass quickly. During these 3 years, Chunzong also stayed here. He even reported his identity to the demon-slaying legion and became a member of the demon-slaying camp. Union Shin did the same. It was more convenient for him to do things. Over the past 3 years, Chunzong had been teaching Chun in swordsmanship and the Heart Sutra, and he had been cultivating all the time. Union Shin had also been cultivating. Chun and probably inherited Chunzong's talent. He had mastered the Heart Sutra. Under the Heart Sutra, his efficiency in comprehending sword techniques was higher. His cultivation had also increased to the intermediate Saint Rudiment realm. His foundation was shockingly solid. This time, Chunzong brought Chun in to reinforce a node. Outside the node, dozens of ancient demons attacked. The ancient demons looked ferocious. Dark scales covered their entire bodies. Their eyes were scarlet. The strength of ancient demons was related to their arms. The more arms they had, the stronger they were. However, ancient demons were different. Their strength was related to the horns on their heads. A single-horned ancient demon was equivalent to the Saint Rudiment realm. A double-horned ancient demon was equivalent to the ordinary True Saint realm. A three-horned ancient demon was equivalent to the peak True Saint realm, and a four-horned ancient demon was equivalent to the real chaotic ranking. It was said that there was a five-horned ancient demon. It was at the same level as the 10-armed ancient demon. In the past, Chunzong might not pay attention to the five-horned ancient demon because it was a bit of a legend. However, after fighting the 10-armed ancient demon, Chunzong knew that the five-horned ancient demon existed. It was just that it was rare. Reinforcements kill. In the end, only a single-horned ancient demon was left. Shaoan, I'll leave it to you, Chunzong said to Chunin. Yes. The 13-year-old Chunin looked like a 16-year-old boy. He held the sharp sword in his hand tightly. Cold light shot out from his eyes as he stared at the single-horned ancient demon. He took a deep breath. He was very nervous, but he still responded to Chunzong with strong words. This was Chun An's first time fighting an enemy. In the past, it was just sparring. Sparring and fighting an enemy were two different concepts. When sparring, one would usually hold back a little, more or less. But when facing an enemy, it was different. It was a life and death battle. If one did not die, one would die. One could not rely on luck. Otherwise, one might be killed by the enemy. The single-horned ancient demon roared. Its sharp claws slashed across the sky. Demonic chi streaked across the sky and mercilessly attacked Chunin. The impact of the demonic chi made Chun An's body tremble. He held the sword in his hand tightly and slashed across the sky. He was using the basic sword technique. The basic swordsmanship was not good at fighting, and its main function was to build one's foundation. However, it was still better than the other basic swordsmanship in terms of fighting. In terms of cultivation level, the single-horned ancient demon was actually higher than Chunzong. However, in terms of foundation, it was like a firefly compared to the moon. In the beginning, Chunin was at a disadvantage. He was suppressed by the single-horned ancient demon. Chunzong watched from the side. He did not intend to intervene unless Chun An was in a life and death situation. As the battle continued, Chun An's battle experience gradually increased. He began to turn the tables and fought fiercely with the single-horned ancient demon. Gradually, the single-horned ancient demon was suppressed by Chun An. However, Chun did not kill it. There were a few times when Chun An could have killed the single-horned ancient demon, but he missed the opportunity. Sword cultivators do not wield swords for decoration. They only wield swords for battle. As a sword cultivator, you must remember that life and death is under the control of the sword. Chunzong's voice entered Chun An's ears. The sword in your hand is the sword of life and the sword of death. Life and death are under your control. Chunzong did not force Chun An. There were thousands of types of swords, and there were thousands of types of sword cultivators. Not all sword cultivators had to walk the Tao of slaughter, even if the sword was a killing weapon. It would be better for Chun An to find his own path. It would be more beneficial for his future cultivation. Of course, it was still too early for Chun An to find his own path. However, Chunzong wanted him to know this. After hearing Chunzong's voice transmission, Chun An fell into deep thought. It seemed like he had comprehended something, but it also seemed like he had gained nothing. The sword pierced through the sky and instantly pierced through the single-horned ancient demon. The blazing star burning true flame turned into sword chi and burned the single-horned ancient demon to death. Chunin had fought 3 times, and each time, his opponent was a single-horned ancient demon. He could only deal with single-horned ancient demons. A single-horned ancient demon was equivalent to a Saint Realm expert, while a double-horned ancient demon was equivalent to a true Saint Realm expert. No matter how solid Chunin's foundation was, it was impossible for him to deal with a true Saint Realm expert as a Saint Realm expert. Since ancient times, no one had been able to do so. In these 3 years, Chunin had grown a lot. He had gradually gotten rid of the immaturity of his youth. 3 years had finally passed, and the War Devil's guarding period had ended. Chunin first reported to the main battle fort before leaving with Chunzong and his family. First, he used the Space-Time Temple's space-time teleportation array to teleport. After teleporting 8 times in total, he arrived at a universe city. Then, he left the universe city and used his high speed to fly through the sky and towards a void city. Chunin's speed was not that fast, so he was protected by Chunzong's power. When they arrived at the void city, they did not stop and continued to travel deeper and deeper. Let's go. The war demon was standing in the void. There was no one else around. Immediately after that, the war demon took out its dark abyss long saber and slashed out silently. It cut open the void, creating a crack that kept going deeper. Let's go. The war devil took the lead and got into the crack. It kept swinging the blade to cut the space and go deeper. Chunzong's power wrapped Chun and Yunyan Xin, and they followed the war devil into the space. Chapter 32:16. When the outer universe shattered, it collided with the middle universe, inner universe, and core universe. Finally, it merged and evolved into a new chaotic universe. In this process of destruction, fusion, and evolution, many things were destroyed and many things were born. The spiritual martial sacred world had avoided a calamity and had even gained a lot of benefits. The entire world had leveled up, and even the war demon, who was the world lord, had gained a lot of benefits. His potential had soared, and that was why he was able to level up to his current level. Otherwise, with the heavenly God Gong's talent, it would be very difficult, almost impossible. The Lingwu sacred world, which gained great benefits, was upgraded. In order to protect the Lingwu sacred world from being disturbed by the outside world and not be discovered and invaded by the outside world, the war demon hid the Lingwu sacred world in the depths of the void. It was very difficult to find and was sealed. Even if someone found it, it would be difficult to enter, unless it was a demigod master. However, demigod masters could split heaven and earth apart, so a world was not very attractive to them. They went deeper, deeper, and deeper. Finally, they reached the end. In front of them was a layer of pitch-black film, as if it was one with the void. If not for Chunzong's extraordinary senses, he would not have discovered it. The war demon activated his power and resonated with the Lingwu sacred world. Gradually, a crack appeared and slowly spread, forming a door. This door was not big and could only allow one person to pass through at a time. The war demon entered first, followed by Chunzong, then Chunin, and finally Yunyanxin. Rich, vital energy of heaven and earth permeated the Lingwu sacred world. Chunzong immediately sensed it. Comparing it to a distant memory, Chunzong was filled with emotions. The Lingwu sacred world of the past was so small compared to the current him. A burst of power was enough to destroy it. It could be said that the upper limit of the power that the Lingwu sacred world of the past could bear was equivalent to the current foundation establishment stage. Now, the Lingwu sacred world of the present could bear the power of a peak true sage, which was extremely shocking. Your father and the others are now on bewildering Light Island. The war demon smiled. He was the master of the world. After returning to the Lingwu sacred world, He could instantly control the entire world. The war devil could decide where the wind was blowing and where the rain was falling. Here, he was the master. In other words, the war devil was invincible in the Lingwu sacred world. Even the unshakable martial divine lord, who was ranked first on the chaotic real ranking, might not be a match for the war devil in the Lingwu sacred world. Chunzong suddenly came to a realization. If the war devil broke through to the demigod realm, then the Lingwu sacred world would transform as well. It would become a powerful world domain like the ancient demon domain and the ancient demon domain. The war devil would be a demigod ruler, much stronger than the average demigod. Even if they were in other places, they would still be stronger than ordinary demigods. This was clearly the path of the war demon, the path of cultivation. At the very least, he had the backing of a great world. Once he broke through, he would naturally become a demigod sovereign. Who knew how many people would be envious of him? Chunzong wouldn't be envious. Everyone had their own path. The war devil had his own path, and he had his own path as well. Choosing the path, understanding the path, and walking down it unswervingly, the final achievement would be extraordinary. Originally, Bewildering Light Island was under Chunzong's control. However, it wasn't anymore because this world belonged to the war devil. After experiencing the evolution of the universe's destruction and fusion, Chunzong had long lost control of Bewildering Light Island. Then I'll have to trouble you, Chunzong said to the war devil. The war devil nodded and activated its power. In an instant, Chunzong and the other two disappeared and appeared on Bewildering Light Island in the next breath. As soon as they appeared on Bewildering Light Island, Chunzong immediately sensed that there were only two people on the island. The familiar aura, the aura he hadn't felt for a long time, made Chunzong tremble uncontrollably. He was extremely excited. You are. Chun Jingtang looked at the three people who suddenly appeared and couldn't help but stare at them with wide eyes. Then, he couldn't help but become excited. Father, it's me, Chunzong said immediately and knelt in front of Chun Jingtang. Yun Yanxin also brought Chun into Chunzong's side and knelt down together. Chunzong. Chun Jingtang was extremely excited. Tears flowed down his face. How many years had passed? He was still alive, but he always missed his son. He didn't know when he would be able to see him again. So many years had passed. Year after year of waiting, it was so boring. Only that strand of hope had always supported him. Finally, he saw him again. Even if he died now, he would have no regrets. Father, you've met Nianxin before. This is your grandson. Chunzong stood up and introduced Shaoan. This is Grandpa. Grandpa. Chun kowtowed and called. Good boy, good boy. Chun Jingtang held Chun An's arm and became even more excited. This time, not only did he see his son, but he also saw his grandson. He was satisfied, completely satisfied. A figure flew over and merged with the sword light. She was extremely fast and landed in an instant. When she saw Chunzong, she was stunned. Chunzong also saw her, and a scene from many years ago flashed through his mind. From now on, follow me to practice swordsmanship. That sentence seemed to echo in his ears once again. Sister Yun. Chunzong was full of smiles. That was his elder sister, Chun Chuyan. Chun Jingtang and Chun Chuyan spent most of their time on Bewildering Light Island. When they were bored, they would leave Bewildering Light Island to walk around the outside world and then come back to stay for a while. This cycle repeated. They had the special attention of the war devil and were heavily taken care of by the will of the world. As a result, they could live longer without any accidents. However, their cultivation talent was very ordinary. Their cultivation level was only at the Foundation Establishment realm in the current chaotic great cosmos, or even at the early or middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Cultivation was secondary. The most important thing was to be reunited, happy and excited. The war devil could see this scene, but he didn't understand, because in a sense, he was no longer a complete person. He was a fusion of a part of the will of the world and a human. Perhaps I should reconsider my path, the war devil thought. When the family was reunited, They had endless things to talk about. They talked about their experiences in the past, and naturally, they ate and drank. How long will you be staying this time? Chen Zhengtang suddenly asked. There was deep anticipation in his old eyes. Dad, I think we'll be staying for a long time this time. Chen Zong smiled and found that there seemed to be a flash of joy in the depths of his father's eyes. Moreover, even if I have something to do and leave, Shaun will stay here to accompany you. Good, good, good. Chen Zhengtang smiled very happily. He had a son and a grandson. When his son went out, his grandson would accompany him. This was the best for an old man. If there was nothing going on in Taihao Mountain, Chen Zong didn't plan to leave. He wanted to stay here for a long time to accompany his father. Even if there was something going on in Taihao Mountain, it would be settled by enlightened heavenly talisman and the other two first. They were now considered honorary elders of Taihao Mountain and peerless powerhouses on the real chaotic roll. If they really couldn't handle it, they could send their incarnations. However, that would expose the existence of their incarnations. However, if there was really something serious that needed Chen Zong to deal with, it didn't matter if their incarnations were exposed. Under normal circumstances, Chen Zong didn't need to show up. The current Lingwu sacred world was undisturbed, and the cultivation environment was good. It could accommodate the power of the peak of the true saint realm. Chen Zong could stay here with his family and cultivate, comprehend, and teach. Time passed slowly. Everything was peaceful. Another 5 years passed. Chen was 18 years old. He was a true youth, no longer a child. At 18 years old, Chen An's cultivation base had also risen to the peak of the saint realm. This was the result of suppression. Of course, even if there was no suppression, this was the only way. Even if Chen An was born with an extraordinary bloodline, it wasn't that easy to break through the shackles of the saint realm to the true saint realm. Of course, if he was a descendant of a demigod, it would be easy for him to break through the shackles of the saint realm to the true saint realm. However, there were relatively few descendants of demigods. With his cultivation base at the peak of the saint realm, his foundation was extremely solid. Coupled with the Heart Sutra and his superb swordsmanship, Chen An's strength in the saint realm could be said to be invincible. When he unleashed the power of his bloodline, he could even contend with the most ordinary true saint realm powerhouses. This was very shocking. The upper limit of the Lingwu sacred world was the peak of the true saint realm. However, there were very few true saint realm powerhouses in the Lingwu sacred world. There were only a dozen or so of them. Moreover, among these dozen or so true saints, the most powerful ones were at the peak of the true saint realm. There were only 2 of them. Such a world was undoubtedly very suitable for a newbie like Chen An to wander in. In addition, Chen Zong had left a few strands of sword qi on Chen An's body. Once he encountered a life and death crisis, the sword qi would erupt and protect Chen, and Chen Zong himself would also rush over in an extremely short period of time. It could be said that in the Lingwu sacred world, there were definitely people who could threaten Chen An, but there was no one who could kill Chen Zong. With a decent sword on his back, Chen An bid farewell to his parents, grandfather, and Aunt Chen Chu Yun before leaving Bewildering Light Island and officially embarking on his journey. This was also the first time Chen An left his parents. It's okay. Chen An hugged Yun Yinxin and comforted her. In the beginning, Yun Yinxin was very supportive of Chen and going out to experience the world. However, when it came to this moment, she was still very reluctant to part with him. Yun Yinxin replied softly. She leaned on Chen Zong's body, her eyes slightly red. They continued to cultivate. After another 2 years, Chen Zong left Bewildering Light Island with Yun Yinxin and began to travel in the Lingwu sacred world. Both of them were born in the Lingwu sacred world, but they hadn't returned for many years. In the 7 years after they returned, they basically taught Chen and accompanied their father. Now, they also planned to properly travel in the Lingwu sacred world and use their eyes to personally witness the changes in the Lingwu sacred world. They wanted to use their eyes to personally witness the changes in the Lingwu sacred world and see how different it was from the past. As for the White Cloud Mountain and other places of the past, they had already changed. Go, go. Chun Tang chuckled. It was a great thing to be able to reunite with his son, daughter-in-law, and grandson. Moreover, they had stayed together for so many years. He was satisfied, perfectly satisfied. Moreover, they were only going out to travel now. It was easier to meet in the Lingwu sacred world than before. Chapter 32:17. The Lingwu holy world was even vaster and larger than before. The mountains stood tall, the lakes and seas rippled, the sky was high, the clouds were floating, and the wind was blowing. A man and a woman walked on the wide official road. They seemed slow, but they were actually very fast. Every step they took was 100 meters away. They flew past like the wind. They were Qinzong and Yunyanshin. They walked and stopped. Qinzong looked at a broken mountain wall. It should have been caused by a cultivator's sword chi or saber chi during a battle. It was as smooth as a mirror. Standing in front of the mountain wall, Qinzong suddenly revealed a smile. Soon after, he used his finger like a sword and gently drew a line. An invisible sword aura surged and landed on the mirror-like mountain wall, leaving behind a long sword mark. The sword mark seemed to be deep and imprinted, but it also seemed to be very shallow. It had an indelible artistic conception that would exist forever, as if it would live and die with this world. Yunyanshin, on the other hand, had a smile on her face. This was not the first time she had done this. As they walked, Qinzong would make a move and leave one or several sword marks. The mysteries contained in each sword mark were different, but there was no doubt that they were all very profound. It was enough for the sword cultivators in this world to study for a long time. Why did he do this? There was no special reason. Qinzong cultivated the One Heart Sutra, and from the very beginning, he focused on following his heart. If such a thought suddenly appeared in his mind, he would just do it. There was no reason for him to do it. He did it when he wanted to. It was that simple. After leaving the sword mark on the mirror-like mountain wall, Qinzong didn't take another look at it. Instead, he formed a hand seal with Yunyanshin and left. He was like a legendary expert. Because of Qinzong's sword mark, the mountain wall became indestructible. At the very least, an ordinary true sage realm expert would not be able to destroy it. At the very least, one had to be at the peak of the true sage realm. In the current Lingwu sacred world, there were only 3 peak true saints. As for perfected true saints, there was not a single one, let alone invincible true saints on the Chaos Real roll. Perhaps in the near future, someone would discover the sword mark on the mountain wall and study it. It might even spread, letting more people know about the opportunity here and attracting more sword cultivators. Other than sword cultivators, other cultivators would also come. No matter what kind of great Tao one cultivated, they would more or less have something in common. One could use it as a reference and perhaps obtain some inspiration. This was a wide lake with a vast expanse of mist. Fish rushed out of the water and flew tens of meters into the air. Their golden scales sparkled under the sunlight, and the water droplets they brought with them flickered with rainbow-colored brilliance. It was so beautiful and magnificent. Qinzong and Yunyanshin sat in a small boat on the wide lake. They didn't deliberately steer the boat and just let it drift. Yunyanshin took out a guqin and played it. Lin Xiao took out fine wine and drank with the sound of the guqin. It was so leisurely and comfortable. There were many cultivators in the Lingwu sacred world. It could be said to be a cultivation world, but there weren't many powerful cultivators. Of course, this was relative. At least compared to the Lingwu sacred world of the past, it was much more powerful. The division of Foundation Establishment, Saint Realm, and True Saint Realm had been spread by the War Demon in the Lingwu sacred world. On the wide lake, Qinzong and Yunyanshin weren't the only people on the boat. There were others, including some young people in the Foundation Establishment realm. The sound of the guqin was melodious and had an indescribable mystery. It spread across the lake with the wind and into the ears of all the people on the boat. However, the people outside the lake couldn't hear it all. It was as if they were in a different world. Everyone was immersed in the beautiful sound of the zither. Chunzong drank his wine, and in a fit of excitement, he pulled out his heavenly sword. He sang loudly and harmonized with the sound of the guqin. After some time, when people woke up, they were all shocked. My cultivation has broken through. It has increased by a small realm. Haha, so that's how it is. So that's how swordsmanship is practiced. Generally speaking, everyone who heard the sound of the guqin and the song gained some benefits. They either broke through a small realm in their cultivation or broke through some shackles of their own swordsmanship, peering into deeper mysteries. Where's the person who played the guqin and the sword? They disappeared. Chunzong and Yunyanshin had already floated away. Only a small boat was left floating on the lake with the wind. An expert. He must be an expert. Maybe he's a true Saint Realm expert. What a mistake, what a mistake. Someone lamented. They felt that they had missed a great opportunity. If they had known earlier, they might have been able to have a true Saint Realm expert as their master. What a good thing it was. It was a great opportunity. After all, in the entire world, there were only a dozen true saints. How many cultivators were there? It was impossible to calculate. A young man walked with a sword on his back and came to a canyon. It was rumored that there were opportunities left behind by a sword principle expert in this canyon. A sword principle expert should not be comparable to my parents. The young man with a sword on his back thought. He was Chunin, who had left his parents to travel alone. The strength of a Saint Realm expert was enough to run rampant in the Lingwu Holy World. It was difficult to find an opponent unless he met a true Saint Realm expert. However, there were only a dozen true saints in the entire Lingwu Holy World. They usually cultivated and would not go out at all unless there was something special. It was very difficult to meet a true Saint Realm expert. Chunin walked around without a specific purpose. He remembered that his father had said that practicing the sword 10,000 times was like walking the path of the world. The path was under one's feet. The sword was in the heart, and the path was under one's feet. Only by walking with one's body and mind, as one could one better understand the sword principle. The sword principle was one's own sword principle. Now, Chunzong had been out for a few years and had comprehended many opportunities left behind by strong cultivators. Now, he had come to this canyon. It was said that a strong swordsman from 100 years ago had left it behind when he had comprehended the mysteries of the true Saint Plane. It contained the secrets of the true Saint Plane. He hoped that he could find the secret of the true Saint Realm from it, and it would be helpful for him to comprehend the sword principle. However, Chunin did not think that the sword principle traces left behind by someone who had just broken through to the true Saint Realm could be compared to his parents. His parents were the top invincible true Saint Realm experts. There were many cultivators comprehending in the canyon. Most of them were sword cultivators. However, the closest one was still 1,000 meters away from the canyon. It was not that they did not want to get closer, but they could not get closer. The sword essence that was emitted from the canyon was extremely overbearing and tyrannical. If they were not strong enough, they would not be able to resist it, let alone get closer. Chunin arrived and walked forward step by step, facing the sword essence. As an invincible Saint Realm expert, he was invincible among the Saint Realm experts. Although the sword essence was very strong, it could not affect Chunin. Finally, Chunzong came to the front. He was only 1,000 meters away from the canyon. He did not stop at all and continued to move forward. This scene immediately attracted the attention and surprise of all the cultivators. Who was that? He looked so young that it was a little too young. However, it was unbelievable that he could continue to move forward and get closer to the canyon. The overbearing sword essence that repelled everything could not affect Chun, and because Chun and sword essence was extremely pure and tyrannical, it was enough to resist it. Everyone watched as the young figure continued to move forward and finally walked into the canyon. Shocking. Sensational. Unbelievable. Who was that? How could he be so capable? 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Time flowed by slowly. After around a quarter of an hour, a wave of rumbling suddenly resounded. Subsequently, a strand of sword essence erupted. It seemed to be roaring furiously and was filled with boundless tyranny. It seemed as if it wanted to destroy everything. At the same time, another strand of extremely pure sword essence shot into the sky and resisted the overbearing sword essence. It was like two swords were colliding and fighting fiercely without end. In the end, the two sword intents collapsed one after another, and the canyon began to shake. Cracks appeared on the surface of the canyon, emitting cracking sounds that continued to spread out like broken porcelain. Pieces of rocks peeled off and rustled as they fell to the ground. Collapse. The entire canyon started to collapse. This scene alarmed countless people, and all of them stared with their eyes wide open in shock. At the same time, someone 1,000 kilometers away was alarmed. He instantly erupted with extremely shocking sword essence that shot into the sky and transformed into a sword light that flashed through the sky and approached rapidly. The canyon had completely collapsed. Chunin stood within it without the slightest injury, but he had a speechless expression. How could this be? Didn't he just want to observe and comprehend the profundity contained in that strand of sword essence? Who would have thought that the sword essence would be so overbearing? It was so overbearing that it actually counterattacked and suppressed him. In the end, it fought with his sword essence. The overbearing sword essence was indeed very powerful. However, it could only be considered as a transition between the Saint Rudiment stage and the true Saint stage. Chun'an's foundation was extremely solid, and the strength of his sword essence was not inferior to his opponent at all. In the end, Chun'an's sword essence was shaken, but he was not injured. On the other hand, the sword essence in the canyon collapsed. As soon as the sword essence collapsed, the canyon was also impacted and collapsed directly. 1,000 kilometers was very far, but it was not far for a true Saint Stage powerhouse. Not long after, the sword light traversed 1,000 kilometers and descended on the collapsed canyon. It looked down from above and emitted an overbearing sword essence that swept through the heavens and the earth in all directions. Under that figure, all auras in the surroundings were repelled. Sky Hegemon Sword Saint. It's the Sky Hegemon Sword Saint. All the cultivators were extremely excited. The Sky Hegemon Sword Saint was one of the true Saint Stage powerhouses in the Lingwu sacred world. He was an expert in the Sword Dao, and he was also the owner of the Sword Essence in the canyon. 100 years ago, the Sky Hegemon Sword Saint had comprehended the Sword Dao here. In the end, he had comprehended the Sword Dao and broken through to the true Saint Stage. You're the one who destroyed my Dao comprehension grounds. The Sky Hegemon Sword Saint looked down from above and locked his gaze on Chunin. He was boundlessly overbearing. You're so young, and your talent in the Sword Dao isn't bad. I just happen to lack a disciple. You'll be my eldest disciple. As he spoke, the Sky Hegemon Sword Saint opened his hand and grabbed at the air. He did not care whether Chunin agreed or not, and he was extremely overbearing with the intention of taking Chunin away. Scram! Chunin exploded with sword essence that shook the heavens. The long sword on his back was unsheathed in an instant, and it emanated an extremely gorgeous and dazzling sword light. His sword soared through the sky while sword essence surged. This sword strike contained Chun'an's entire cultivation. Chapter 32:18. The young man drew his sword and stood up, looking around. When he drew his sword, everyone was stunned. A mere Saint Realm cultivator dared to draw his sword in the face of a true Saint Realm master. How shocking was that? Was he crazy? No matter what, Chunin had drawn his sword. Moreover, he had erupted with his cultivation, and his extremely pure sword intent had erupted without holding back in the slightest as he directly thrust his sword forward. Sword chi shot out across the sky, leaving a long and eye-catching sword mark in the sky. With astonishing power, it directly pierced towards the Sky Hegemon Sword Saint's descending claw. The sword's aura burst out, and everyone was shocked. What kind of sword was this? How could it be so powerful? The sky he Jimin's sword Saint's expression changed abruptly. In an instant, his descending claw was cut apart. Although he was not injured, a mere Saint Realm cultivator was able to cut his claw. One had to know that the sky he Jimin's sword Saint was not a Saint Realm cultivator, but a true Saint Realm master. He was one of the few true Saint Realm masters in the Lingwu holy world. He was one of the few masters who stood at the top of the world. Whose disciple are you? The sky he Jimin's sword Saint asked solemnly after shattering the sword light. He was so young, but he was already an invincible Saint Realm master. What kind of talent was this? He must have been taught by a master. Are you a secret disciple of Sword Saint Ling Tian? The sky he Jimin Sword Saint guessed. Sword Saint Ling Tian was one of the only 3 top true saints in the Lingwu holy world. He was a master of the sword Dao who was several times stronger than the sky he Jimin sword saint. Neither. Chunin stood on the ground with his sword in hand, facing the sky he Jimin sword saint, as he responded neither quickly nor slowly. He had never seen Sword Saint Ling Tian before, but he had heard of his name. A top true Saint Realm master was indeed very strong to him, but compared to his parents, he was like a chicken or a dog. How could he be worthy of being his master? Chunin, who had been influenced by Chun Zong and Yun Yinxin since he was young, was indeed a gentle person, but did not mean that he was not arrogant. Since you're not, then obediently follow me back and become my eldest disciple. The celestial he Jimin sword sage's body suddenly erupted with an extremely shocking sword will. The overbearing sword will shook the heavens and earth as it soared into the sky, as if it wanted to pierce through the sky of the Lingwu sacred world. Immediately after, the celestial he Jimin sword saint made another move. His hand grabbed at the air again, but he did not draw his sword. When his 5 fingers fell, it was as if 5 sharp swords tore through the air, transforming into a prison that enveloped Chunzong. It was as if he wanted to imprison and suppress Chunzong. There was a pair of formless eyes staring at this place, as if they could control everything. In the face of the sky he Jimin sword saint's claw attack, the 5 sword-like fingers descended like a prison that could imprison the world. Chunan's expression became incomparably grave, while an extremely shocking battle intent flickered deep within his eyes. This shocking battle intent erupted, causing his sword intent to become even more tyrannical as it rose a little higher. As his strength surged, it continued to gather. At the same time, Chunzong also changed the sword in his hand. Originally, the sword he used was a more ordinary longsword that only had enough toughness and did not have any extra strength to increase his strength. This was to better train himself. However, the longsword he used now was a half-chaotic sacred weapon longsword that had a certain amount of strength and could increase Chun An's attack power by a few notches. A few notches of increase was enough to push his strength to a higher level. Facing a true saint expert like the celestial he Jimin sword saint, who was much stronger than him, Chunin used this sword. His strength flowed into the sword in a mysterious way. Flowing light spun and flowed endlessly, like a stream of autumn water across the sky. The long sword trembled slightly, letting out a melodious sword hum. Reserved. All his strength was reserved, waiting to explode. The sword was finally swung out. The sword disappeared, and so did Chunan's arm. There was only a dazzling sword light that was extremely dazzling as it pierced through the sky. The sword light was shocking, and the sword light pierced through the sky. It was fast. Not only was it fast, but it also carried an unparalleled tyrannical force as it pierced through the sky toward the celestial he Jimin sword saint without mercy. This sword was a killing move that Shannon had finally created after comprehending and exploring in the past few years. He named it Single Sword Piercing Heaven. Single Sword Piercing Heaven. Single Sword Piercing Heaven. The celestial he Jimin sword saint's expression changed drastically because he could feel a trace of threat from the sword. It was as if it could endanger his life. As the 5 fingers fell, energy gathered like 5 overlord swords piercing through the sky. They were extremely tyrannical and instantly collided with Chun An's single sword piercing heaven, erupting with an extremely shocking power. The sword light dissipated, turning into countless rays of light that sputtered out. After all, the Saint Rudiment stage could not be compared to the true Saint stage. Although Chun An's sword was powerful and could threaten the celestial hegemon sword Saint, it was only a slight threat. The gap between them was so obvious. The sword light of the single sword piercing heaven shattered, and the five-finger sword prison fell with a terrifying force that suppressed everything. There seemed to be flames burning in Chun An's eyes. The power of the star scorching true Phoenix's bloodline was activated in an instant, and a layer of faint yellow flames burned all over his body. Star scorching true flames. The star scorching true flames did not have a specific color. The star scorching true eyes of different star scorching true phoenixes were not necessarily the same color. Therefore, the color of Chun An's star scorching true flames was different from Union Shin's. The star scorching true flames continued to burn, and the surrounding space rapidly distorted. Chunin unleashed another attack. Single sword piercing heaven. This was his most powerful sword attack at the moment. After fusing with the power of the star scorching true flames, its power increased by a lot. A cracking sound resounded, and a sword light was instantly cut in half. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chunin transformed into a sword light and flew out, fleeing into the distance. Since he was no match for the celestial hegemon sword saint, there was naturally no need to stay and fight to the death. It was better to leave first. Chunin, had never been a pedantic person. Don't run. The celestial hegemon sword saint roared immediately. He was extremely domineering as he instantly chased after Chunin. Not only did he fancy Chun and want to take him as his disciple, but he also fancied the sword in Chun An's hand, which was a half-chaos sacred weapon. The resources of the Lingwu sacred world could not be compared to the chaotic universe. Therefore, there were no chaos sacred weapons in the Lingwu sacred world. The most powerful weapon was a half-chaos sacred weapon, and there were very few of them. The sword that the celestial hegemon sword saint used was not even a half-chaos sacred weapon. However, his eyes were not bad, and he immediately saw that the sword in Chun An's hand was not ordinary. It would be of great help to him. He could get both the man and the treasure. Stay here and follow me back obediently. The celestial hegemon sword saint laughed loudly. He was faster than Chunin, and his huge hand grabbed out again. His 5 fingers were like huge swords as they descended from the sky and locked onto Chunin again. He could not escape. Even though Chunin was extremely talented, he still could not be compared to a true saint expert. In the blink of an eye, right at the instant Chunin was about to be captured, a phantom appeared out of thin air, and it emanated a peerlessly terrifying sword might that covered the heavens and the earth and suppressed everything, causing it to seem as if time and space had frozen. The celestial hegemon sword saint's face was filled with fear. His entire body was trembling uncontrollably. An indescribable terror exploded from the depths of his heart and struck every part of his body. How could it be? How could it be? Who exactly was this? A mere bottom-tier, true saint with mediocre abilities. How dare you dream of being my master? Scram! The blurry shadow shouted coldly. An array of sword chi shot out, instantly attacking the celestial hegemon sword saint. The celestial hegemon sword saint could not block it, nor could he dodge it. In just an instant, the celestial hegemon sword saint's body was hit and slashed apart. In the distance, the celestial hegemon sword saint's body reassembled with difficulty. His face was pale. Just a little more, and he would not have been able to reassemble his body and would have been killed directly. The celestial hegemon sword saint even had a feeling that the other party did not intend to kill him. Otherwise, he would have been killed with just a little more force. Horrifying. Horrifying. Extremely horrifying. Who was this shadow? What kind of expert was this? It was just a shadow, just a ray of sword chi, but it could control his life and death. Even a top true saint like the celestial hegemon sword saint could not do this. Could this be the top complete true saint? There had never been a complete true saint in the Lingwu holy world, so the celestial hegemon sword saint did not know if it was him. In short, this was not an existence that he could provoke. Who would have thought that the young man would have such an expert protecting him? Regret. The celestial hegemon sword saint was extremely regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have stayed in the mountain obediently and not come out. This time, he had lost all his face and was almost killed. Even that ray of sword chi had left a shadow in his heart. If he wanted to improve in the future, it would be even more difficult. Run. At this moment, the celestial hegemon sword saint did not dare to have any other thoughts. He turned into a ray of sword light and fled in a hurry. His face was not important anymore. Escaping was the most important thing. That sword, based on your current situation, it's not bad. The shadow nodded at Chunin and said something that only Chunin could hear. Then it disappeared into thin air. Chunin retracted his gaze. Only then did he know that his father had been paying attention to him. Now that he had received a compliment from Chunzong, Chunin felt extremely satisfied. It was the joy of being recognized in the sword principle. Chunin withdrew his thoughts and left the place. He wanted to continue comprehending the traces left behind by the other so-called experts. The sword essence of the celestial hegemon sword saint was indeed useful, but it was still not enough. It was not enough for Chun and to comprehend the true essence of the sword principle and see through the mystery of the true saint realm. He still needed to continue comprehending it. This year, Chun was only 21 years old. He was still very young. At the peak of a mountain, Chun Zong and Yun Yinshin were sitting there and admiring the rolling sea of clouds. Chun Zong had also seen Chun An's battle. Because Chun Zong had left a few strands of sword chi on Chun An's body, as long as he was in this world, Chun Zong could contact Chun An at any time and take note of Chun An's situation at any time. If the celestial hegemon sword saint had not been so overbearing, Chun Zong would not have made a move. However, the celestial hegemon sword saint was too arrogant, and Chun Zong was not a match for him. Naturally, Chun Zong had to make a move to teach the celestial hegemon sword saint a lesson. However, he did not kill the celestial hegemon sword saint. After all, the celestial hegemon sword saint had no killing intent. If the celestial hegemon sword saint had revealed a trace of killing intent, then the strand of sword chi unleashed by Chun Zong's shadow would not only have defeated the celestial hegemon sword saint, but it would have directly annihilated him. Chapter 32:19. Many cultivators gathered in front of a mountain wall that was as smooth as a mirror. Most of them were sword cultivators. These people were all trying to comprehend the sword mark on a mountain wall. At first glance, the sword mark was very shallow and simple. However, after a closer look, one would find that the sword mark was extremely profound and exquisite. It contained amazing mysteries. There were already quite a number of people who had benefited from the sword scars on the mountain wall. Sword cultivators often comprehended superb killing moves or improved their swordsmanship to the next level. As a result, their strength greatly increased, causing the mountain wall's fame to spread far and wide, attracting even more cultivators to observe and comprehend it. There would even be people who would fight for a better position. This sword mark was just something Chun Zong did on a whim. In the mountain, clouds and mist lingered and water vapor rose. Two figures shuttled through the clouds and mist like immortals. It was a man and a woman. They floated down from the mountain like an immortal couple. They were Chun Zong and Yun Yinshin. At the top of the mountain, there was a stone that was a few meters high. There was a sword stuck in the stone. The sword looked ordinary, but it was surrounded by wisps of sword chi and contained an extremely mysterious sword essence. It was Chun Zong who had placed it on a whim. It was only a decent saint artifact sword. It was not very valuable, but the mysteries of the sword intent it contained were extremely shocking. Just do it on a whim. There was no need to think too much. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Chunzong and Yunyanxin walked on the earth of the Lingwu holy world. They crossed mountains and rivers and built a house in the bamboo forest for a few months. They played the sword and sang loudly, accompanied by the zither. They were so comfortable and leisurely like hermits. For years, 5 years, 6 years, day after day, month after month, year after year. Little guy, the sword is not practiced like this. In a small village, Chunzong saw a child who was waving a branch like a sword. The child was wearing patched clothes. His little face was black, and snot was hanging from his nose. However, his face was serious and serious. He waved the branch with a swishing sound. "I'm very powerful." The child stopped waving the branch and said arrogantly, "Dozens of children in the village are no match for me. Then let's have a try." Chunzong smiled playfully and picked up a branch. "Be careful. I'm very powerful," the child reminded him. Then he held the branch and stabbed it at Chunzong like a real sword. Yunyanxin watched with a smile on her face. Who was Chunzong? How could he be hit by a child? However, he did not hit the child on purpose. He only used the tree branch as a sword to block the child's continuous attacks. He also secretly guided the child, allowing the child's swordsmanship to gradually take shape. After forcing the child back, Chunzong waved his hand. The tree branch flew through the air and pierced into a large rock 100 meters away. The child's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this. That child's talent is not bad. Yunyanxin smiled. He does have some talent. He can be trained. As for the final result, it depends on his own ability. Chunzong smiled. The child's aptitude was not bad, and his talent in swordsmanship was not bad. In the spiritual martial sacred world, he could be considered a peerless genius. However, in the chaotic universe, he could only be considered a genius. In the chaotic universe, there are many geniuses who are geniuses. Chunzong did not plan to take in a disciple. Although it was not necessary to take in a disciple, talent was a very important factor. If one did not have enough talent, they could work hard to make up for it. However, if one did not have enough talent, it would be more difficult to break through. If he did not take in a disciple, why would he teach the child swordsmanship? Firstly, he would do as his heart desired. Secondly, the child did have some talent, so Chunzong would give him a chance. As for what would happen in the end, it would depend on the child's luck. There was a mountain. The mountain was not very tall and was very desolate. There was no grass or trees. It was simply a withered mountain. People rarely came to such a mountain, and birds were extinct. However, at the foot of the withered mountain, there was a wooden house. There were 2 people living in the wooden house, a man and a woman. Both of them were very young. They were Chunzong and Yunyanxin. To the 2 of them, they could live in any kind of environment and survive. After all, with their state of mind, this withered mountain looked dry and boring. However, it had a different kind of flavor. They could see through the surface to see the essence. Chunzong and Yunyanxin stayed here, not because of the withered mountain, but because of a flower on the mountain. It was a flower that grew out of stone. It was very difficult to grow. No one knew how many years had passed. Now it had a bud. The bud was gray and was the same color as the stone. If one did not look carefully, they would not notice it. Chunzong and Yunyanxin felt a restrained vitality from the stone flower. It was very exuberant. If it were not for their strong senses, they would not have been able to sense it. Waiting. Chunzong and Yunyanxin were waiting for the flower to bloom. Day after day, month after month. Time passed slowly. Chunzong and Yunyanxin would occasionally exchange sword skills, comprehend and cultivate on their own, and play the zither to harmonize. Their days were comfortable and leisurely. Chun was still training. His cultivation base was still at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. He had not found the true essence of the Sword Tao. In other words, he had already sensed the true essence of the Sword Tao. However, it was not the true essence of the Sword Tao he wanted. What he wanted was the true essence of the Sword Tao that was most compatible with him. Only by breaking through to the true saint stage with the true essence of the great Tao that was compatible with him would he have a higher upper limit and be able to improve better. Chunzong would naturally pay attention to Chun An's movements. If there was any danger, he would release the sword chi on Chun An's body to protect him. However, other than that time with the heavenly hegemon sword saint, Chunzong did not make a move again. He let Chunin deal with everything himself. Under constant training, Chunin became more and more experienced and powerful. On a rock at the peak of the withered mountain, the dusty flower bud stood still in the wind. No matter how strong the mountain wind was, it could not move or sway in the slightest. Today, the sun was setting in the west. Chunzong and Yunyinshin climbed to the peak of the mountain because they had a feeling that the flower bud would bloom tonight. They had waited for a few years for the flower to bloom tonight. Night fell. There was no moon or stars tonight. The world was dark and dim. Suddenly, the dusty flower bud that looked like it was carved out of stone trembled slightly. A faint popping sound rang out, causing Chunzong and Yunyinshin to look over. They saw cracks appearing on the dusty flower bud that looked like it was carved out of stone. Debris rustled down, and bits of white, jade-like light bloomed. It was so gentle and so bright. It was like a lamp. When all the dusty debris had completely scattered, Chunzong and Yunyinshin saw it. A flower bud that was as white as jade, appeared in front of them. The color of the flower bud was so pure, and the light was so transparent. It filled the air with an indescribable sense of holiness. In the next moment, wisps of chi of heaven and earth gathered from all directions and merged into the mountain wind, causing the mountain wind to blow and become stronger. They all gathered and entered the flower bud, and were all swallowed up. The small flower bud was able to absorb a huge amount of chi of heaven and earth. Chunzong immediately took action and isolated the fluctuations here to prevent other cultivators from sensing the fluctuations and chasing after them, interrupting this beautiful moment. When the flower bud had absorbed enough chi of heaven and earth, it slowly and quietly bloomed. It was as if a new world had been opened. Strands of flowing light and vibrant colors shot out from the flower bud, illuminating the sky. In the dark night sky, there was originally no starlight, but because of the flowing light that shot out from the flower bud, it became dazzling. Little bits of starlight spread out, flickering and flickering. Inside the flower bud, tiny bits of light were like mayflies, making the inside of the flower bud seem like a world of its own. Chunzong and Yunyinshin were surprised to find that the mayfly-like light seemed to be alive. It was just that they came and went very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they went from life to death, and then from death to life. The cycle of life and death only took a moment. The mayflies only bloomed with bright light when they died, like stars twinkling and then extinguishing. Between life and death, Chunzong and Yunyinshin were inexplicably touched. They seemed to have gained something, but also seemed to have gained nothing. At their level, what they needed to comprehend was more profound, and it was often more difficult to gain something. If they could gain something, it would naturally be better. Even if it didn't gain anything, Chunzong and Yunyinshin would not feel disappointed, because their original purpose was not to gain anything, but to be able to enjoy the beauty and magnificence of a rare flower in the stone together. It was enough to be able to accompany each other and enjoy the beauty. That was the biggest gain. Sometimes they could not get what they were searching for, but sometimes they inadvertently gained something. Although Chunzong and Yunyinshin did not care, unknowingly, that little gain had already fallen into their hearts like a seed. Every mayfly bloomed with light in the midst of life and death, illuminating the night sky, as if it had turned into a star. The light of countless mayflies in the midst of life and death also caused countless stars to appear and disappear in the night sky. Such a wonderful scene attracted the attention of many people for a while, but except for Chunzong and Yunyinshin, no one else knew what it was. Even for Chunzong and Yunyinshin, this flower in the stone was a flower in the stone, and they did not even know its name. When all the mayflies had died, there were no more stars in the sky, and it returned to darkness. Under the gaze of Chunzong and Yunyinshin, the blooming flower quickly withered. In the blink of an eye, it completely withered and turned into a handful of ashes. It was short. From the moment it bloomed to the moment it withered and disappeared, it was only a short time of a dozen breaths. A dozen breaths was really short. It was unknown how many years it took from the seed to the moment it broke out of the stone. It could be a few years, or it could be a few decades, or it could even be a few centuries. But from the moment it bloomed to the moment it withered, it only took a dozen breaths. It exhausted all its efforts and strength just for a moment of brilliance. That is the brilliance of life blooming, Chunzong said involuntarily. The feeling of being touched became extremely strong in an instant. Chapter 32:20. Chunzong sat cross-legged on top of the withered mountain, while his entire body was suffused with traces of an extremely mysterious aura. That aura was sharp like a sword and contained an extremely deep profundity within it. It endlessly alternated between life and death, as if it was a short cycle of life and death. Yunyanxin did not say a word. She stood guard for Chunzong, not allowing anyone or anything to disturb him. At this moment, inspiration was gushing out from Chunzong's mind. He was focused on comprehending under the Hunyuan realm. In an instant, countless inspirations were born and destroyed, constantly intertwining and colliding with each other. The flower in the stone bloomed until it withered. Although it did not release any earth-shattering power, it was not a natural treasure that could help one's cultivation. It could only be regarded as a relatively rare and novel flower, like the epiphyllum, which was suitable for viewing. However, Chunzong inadvertently comprehended something from it. Yunyanxin also gained something. However, Yunyanxin's comprehension was not as good as Chunzong's. She was not focused on the Hunyuan realm, and her foundation was not as strong as Chunzong's. Therefore, the inspiration did not erupt. Instead, it was hidden, waiting for an opportunity to erupt one day. Yunyanxin was very happy that Chunzong could comprehend something. At their level, their cultivation had reached the limit. Their strength was also close to the limit. It was too difficult for them to improve further. Every bit of improvement was very precious. In winter, there was snow falling. The snow was fluttering like goose feathers. Overnight, the earth was covered in snow. The withered mountain was also covered in snow. There was also a thick layer of snow on the top of the mountain. Only one place was not covered in snow. Two figures, a man and a woman, were sitting next to a big stone. They were Chunzong, who was comprehending, and Yunyanxin, who was guarding. For several months, Chunzong had been comprehending, and Yunyanxin had been guarding. Ordinary people could not stand it, but Yunyanxin was not. She was very calm. She just guarded Chunzong. Sometimes she would cultivate and comprehend, but most of the time, she was guarding Chunzong. She was not disturbed at all. Before the falling snow could descend onto Chunzong's body, it was obliterated by the ceaseless sword chi and dispersed into nothingness. The cold winter was over, and the beginning of spring came. The snow gradually melted, and everything gradually recovered. Yunyanxin was surprised to find that in the withered mountain, as the snow melted, tender green leaves sprouted. She and Chunzong built the wooden house at the foot of the withered mountain just to wait for the flower in the stone to bloom. For a period of time, they knew that the mountain was dry and lifeless. It was impossible for plants to grow. Even if they scattered seeds, they would not grow. The seeds would become bad seeds and directly wither and lose all vitality. But now, tender green leaves were breaking out of the ground. Yunyanxin could not help but be surprised. At that moment, in Yunyanxin's mind, a flowing light suddenly bloomed. It was a flash of inspiration, and all kinds of enlightenment began to emerge. As long as she grasped that flash of inspiration and continued to comprehend, she would be able to make progress in her swordsmanship. She would even be able to create more powerful sword principle-killing moves and enhance her strength. However, Yunyanxin did not pay attention to it, because it was not suitable for her to comprehend now. If she wanted to comprehend, she would have to go into seclusion. If she went into seclusion, there would be no one to guard Qinzhong. If someone passed by here, wouldn't they be disturbed? At that time, both of their comprehensions might be interrupted. Using formations? That could be done, but Yun Yinxin had never learned formations, nor did she have the means to prepare formations. She did not have this habit in the past. Ignoring that flash of inspiration, Yun Yinxin stared at the tender green leaves that had broken out of the ground of the withered mountain and came to a sudden realization. That's right, the withered mountain was completely lifeless before. It was because of the flower in the stone. The flower in the stone had absorbed all the vitality of the mountain in order to bloom for a short period of time. It bloomed with unparalleled brilliance and stunned the world. Now that the flower in the stone had bloomed, shone brightly, and withered, it would no longer absorb the vitality of the mountain. After the winter and the spring rain, and after the snow melted, the withered mountain began to regain some vitality. However, the vitality was still very weak now. Only after a few years, when the vitality slowly accumulated and became stronger, would plants and trees finally grow all over the mountain. After coming to this realization, Yun Yinxin smiled and continued to protect Qinzhong. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter rotated. Day and night alternated. Sunshine and heavy rain alternated. Day by day, the days passed. 3 years later, the withered mountain was no longer the same as before. Instead, it was full of plants and trees. It was lush and full of vitality. There was no trace of the withered mountain from before. It's like breaking and then building. Yun Yinxin's eyes flashed with a flash of realization. The withered mountain today was overflowing with vitality. It was definitely better than before. Wasn't this the interpretation of breaking and then building? Even if she did not deliberately go into seclusion to comprehend, Yun Yinxin did not have nothing to do. She slowly accumulated, and her swordsmanship was also improving steadily. On this day, the sword chi of life and death surged around Qinzhong. It was like a blooming flower, spreading in all directions and covering the mountain. Then, it disappeared in an instant. Yun Yinxin's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He suddenly discovered that the lush vegetation that covered this mountain had lost all of its vitality in an instant and become withered. However, in the next breath, it was quickly filled with vitality and returned to its original lush appearance. Prosperity and transfer, exuberance and withering. This was the alternation and change of life and death. It was so fast and so natural. Have you comprehended it? Yun Yinxin asked softly. I've just comprehended it. Qinzhong smiled and replied softly. He had comprehended it. Even though it was just a preliminary comprehension, it was still a beginner. In the future, he would need to constantly comprehend it and deepen it until he reached the peak. Let's go, Qinzhong said to Yun Yinxin. He held Yun Yinxin's hand and stood up. Just as they were about to descend the mountain, he suddenly froze. A few seconds later, Qinzhong said to Yun Yinxin, Sword Saint Wu Sha has been trapped. I'll go save him. It turned out that Qinzhong had received a message from his clone earlier. Sword Saint Wu Sha had been trapped in a dangerous place and could not escape. Before he was completely trapped, he had sent a message back to Taihao Mountain. Qinzhong's clone naturally knew about this and immediately contacted Qinzhong's original body. Sword Saint Wu Sha was a senior from Taihao Mountain like Qinzhong from the previous epoch. His strength aside, just his status alone was irreplaceable. Back in Taihao Mountain, Qinzhong's strength was far inferior to Sword Saint Wu Sha's, but Sword Saint Wu Sha thought highly of him and taught him the Sword Saint Wu Sha. He also did not mention taking him in as a disciple. That Sword Saint Wu Sha was indeed very useful to him. Now, he was the Mountain Lord of Taihao Mountain, the sect leader, and Sword Saint Wu Sha was the Grand Elder of Taihao Mountain. If Sword Saint Wu Sha was in danger, he naturally had to go save him. Be careful. Yun Yinxin did not stop Qinzhong, nor could he stop him. He only warned, tell father about this. After Qinzhong finished speaking, he turned into a beam of sword light and soared into the sky. He exploded with extreme speed and rushed towards the Lingwu sacred world. Yun Yinxin and Chun and temporarily stayed in Lingwu sacred world. The Lingwu sacred world was the world of the War Devil. However, he trusted Qinzong quite a lot and gave Qinzong the right to freely enter and exit the Lingwu sacred world. As for the others, they could not. Qinzong's speed was extremely fast, extremely fast. At this moment, a top true Saint expert was comprehending in the sky above the Lingwu sacred world. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a beam of sword light cutting through the sky. It was so fast that it completely exceeded his vision and reaction. It disappeared into the horizon. What was that? The top true Saint expert's face was full of shock. He could not even see clearly what was inside that beam of light. Was it just a beam of light? Or was it a person? Or was it not a person? He immediately exploded with full speed and turned into a beam of light to chase after it. What he comprehended was the true essence of the great path of space. He was unique in terms of speed and was extremely fast. However, after chasing for a long time, he could not even see that beam of light, let alone catch up. Qinzong did not know that someone was chasing after him in the Lingwu sacred world. Even if he knew, he would not care. After rushing out of the Lingwu sacred world, Qinzong tore the depths of the void and kept going out. When he appeared in the void, the connection between him and the incarnation in Taihao Mountain became much clearer. The incarnation also sent the specific information about Sword Saint Wuxia. Maze God Realm. The place where Sword Saint Wuxia was trapped in was the Maze God Realm. The Maze God Realm was a forbidden land in the chaotic universe. It was a chaos-grade forbidden land. It wasn't particularly dangerous, but it was still very dangerous. Why was that? Because the Maze God Realm was like a huge maze. Once one entered, it was very difficult to come out. However, if one was lucky enough, it was not impossible to come out. In addition, the Maze God Realm did have some dangers. However, if one was lucky enough, one would not encounter any fatal danger. However, Sword Saint Wuxia was trapped in the Divine Penitentiary District and couldn't get out of the Divine Penitentiary District after sending that message. This meant that Sword Saint Wuxia was either dead or trapped in the Divine Penitentiary District. In Taihao Mountain, Sword Saint Wuxia's soul lamp was still burning, which meant that he was not dead. However, if he could not send a message, it meant that Sword Saint Wuxia was most likely trapped in the God Prison District. The God Prison District was the core of the Maze God Realm. Under normal circumstances, no one would take the initiative to enter the God Prison District. It was a prison. There were two situations when one entered the God Prison District. One was when one entered without knowing anything. The other was when one had no choice but to enter. For example, when one encountered danger and had no way out, one entered in order to survive. No matter which one it was basically impossible to leave the God Prison District after entering it. At least in the chaotic universe. Many people had entered the Maze God Realm to explore over the past 1,000 years. However, as long as they entered the God Prison District, they basically did not appear again. Among them, there was no lack of peerless experts on the chaotic true list. After the news spread, the God Prison District of the Maze God Realm became a forbidden area that no one was willing to enter. Why would Sword Saint Wuxia enter the God Prison District? Qinzong did not know. However, he still had to make a trip to the Maze God Realm to see if there was any way. No matter what, he had to try. Perhaps he could find a way to rescue Sword Saint Wuxia. Chapter 32:21. Qinzong did not return to Taihao Mountain. Instead, he headed straight for the Confusion God Realm. The Confusion God Realm was within the Confusion God Primal Chaos City's territory. Qinzong burst forth with extreme speed, reaching 1,000,000 meters in a breath as he flew towards the nearest universe city. This speed was extremely fast. In just a few days, Qinzong arrived at the nearest universe city. He immediately used the Space-Time Temple's space-time teleportation array and flew to the next chaos city. He continued to teleport. Each time, he activated an independent teleportation, even if it meant spending more Chaos God crystals. Saving people was like putting out a fire. He would do it as quickly as possible. Moreover, with Chunzong's current wealth, he could be considered wealthy in the true saint realm. The consumption of Chaos God crystals was nothing. After several teleportations, Chunzong arrived at the Confusion God Primal Chaos City as quickly as possible. This was one of the Chaos Cities in the mixed territory of the human and origin races. If it was in the past, Chunzong would definitely stop in the Confusion God Primal Chaos City to take a look and taste the delicious food and wine. However, he did not stop at all. He left the Space-Time Temple as quickly as possible and quickly went to the Heaven's Secret Pavilion to purchase information and routes related to the Confusion God Realm. All these cost Chunzong hundreds of thousands of Chaos God crystals. Information related to the Confusion God Realm was not cheap. The Confusion God Realm was located in the southeast direction of the Confusion God Primal Chaos City. It was very far away. If an ordinary perfect true saint rushed at full speed, it would take a few months to reach. However, Chunzong's speed was several times that of an ordinary perfect true saint. Even so, it would take him a month. In order to save time, Chunzong could only spend Chaos God crystals to ride the Chaos Flying Ship. The top Chaos Flying Ship speed was very fast. It could reach 3 million meters in a breath, which was 3 times Chunzong's full speed. 10 days later, the Chaos Flying Ship arrived at its destination. I hope you have a great harvest in the Confusion God Realm. The Chaos Flying Ship's pilot smiled at Chunzong. Thank you for your kind words, Chunzong replied before leaving the Primal Chaos Flying Ship and flying towards the Lost God Realm. The Lost God Realm was a Primal Chaos level forbidden zone. It was quite dangerous, but there were also many opportunities. However, compared to other Primal Chaos level forbidden zones, as long as one did not enter the God Prison region, the Lost God Realm was less dangerous. It was only slightly more dangerous than the universe level forbidden zones. In this way, many true saints would enter the Lost God Realm to explore, hoping to find an opportunity. Regardless of whether it suited them or not, they would be happy if it did. If it didn't, they could sell it. Even though it was said that one had to rely on luck to get out of the bewildering God Realm, over the years, there had been people who had compiled some maps and sold them for money. The Heaven's Secret Pavilion had gathered all sorts of maps from the past and made them into a book, allowing people to see the routes more intuitively and comprehensively. In this way, it was easier to enter and exit. Of course, the Lost God Realm was very vast. Up until now, more than 1,000 years had passed, and the Lost God Realm had yet to be completely explored. If one fell into those routes that had never been explored before, it would depend on luck whether one could come out or not. However, if one could come out, they would often have quite a bit of harvest. On the Primal Chaos Flying Ship, Chunzong had already flipped through the map that he had bought from the Heaven's Secret Pavilion several times. He had read the contents clearly and completely memorized them in his mind. Now, he was about to officially enter the Lost God Realm. From the outside, the Lost God Realm couldn't be seen clearly. There were faintly discernible routes that appeared in the void. It was like a simple outline drawn by an ink brush, but it was endless and vast. Chunzong took a few glances and combined it with the information from the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. He chose a slightly clearer route and flew over. The moment he came into contact with the route, he directly disappeared into it. The Lost God Realm was very strange. It seemed to be made up of lines, and each line was entangled and intertwined with each other, making it appear even more complicated. Research had shown that each line was actually a route. It looked small on the outside, but it formed a space of its own inside. It was very profound. Up until now, the mystery of the Lost God Realm had not been truly deciphered. However, according to many studies, the Lost God Realm was not a product of the current chaotic universe, but a product of the ancient universe. As for which ancient universe era it was a product of, it was not very clear. It was only speculated that it should be a product of the ancient universe era a long time ago. It seemed to be used to imprison some terrifying existence. However, where did that terrifying existence go? No one knew. It was speculated that it was in the God's Prison District. However, the God's Prison District was a cage prison. Once one entered it, they would not be able to escape. Perhaps the demigod realm experts knew the mystery of the lost god realm, but they did not publicize it. It was also possible that even the demigod realm experts could not see through the mystery. Shenzong only felt that the scene before his eyes was constantly changing. It was very strange. There seemed to be countless lines constantly fluctuating and twisting, like dragons and snakes intertwining with each other. It was also like a kaleidoscope, constantly blooming in front of his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, all the lines before his eyes finally disappeared, turning into a pitch-black darkness. After the darkness, there was a very bright light, so bright that it was somewhat dazzling. His body seemed to be constantly falling, as if he was falling into an abyss. However, in the next breath, Chunzong felt that his feet were stepping on something soft. He immediately found that he had landed on the ground. Well, to be precise, he did not land on the ground because it was soft and full of toughness. It felt as if he was stepping on some kind of leather. This was a passageway, a rather wide passageway. How wide was it? It was 1,000 meters high and 1,000 meters wide. Even the giants of the universe era that he had seen before could pass through this place unimpeded. He did not know where the left and right sides of the passageway extended to, as if there was no end. In short, when he focused his gaze, he could only see 1,000 meters. Beyond that, it was a blur and then turned into darkness. Chunzong spread out the mixed yuan heart force and found that it could not penetrate the sides of the passageway. It was blocked by the toughness, which made Chunzong very surprised. This was the first time he had encountered something that could block the penetration of the mixed yuan heart force. As for the left and right sides of the passageway, the mixed yuan heart force could not spread too far. 10,000 meters was the limit. This made Chunzong even more surprised. The restriction of the lost god realm was actually so obvious. Chunzong slashed with his finger like a sword. If it was in the outside world, this slash would be enough to cut open the void. However, in this place, he found that the slash only rippled the air. The restriction was many times greater than the outside world. He unsheathed his sword. The will heavenly sword immediately unleashed a peerlessly sharp beam of sword light, which streaked across the sky and slashed at the cave wall. An obscure feeling of obstruction immediately spread out, and Chun Zongning could clearly sense it. Although he did not use his full strength and only used 30% of his strength, it did not cut open the wall and only left a faint sword mark. Chun Zong was shocked. How could it be so tough? 30% of his strength was definitely stronger than the full strength of an ordinary perfect true saint. In other words, an ordinary true saint would not be able to cause any damage here. What kind of material was it made of? Which universe era was it left behind? A true Sacred Realm powerhouse should be considered a first-rate powerhouse regardless of which great universe epic it was. How shocking was something that could make a true saint powerhouse unable to destroy? For a moment, Chunzong was more interested in the lost god realm. However, the most important thing now was to find Sword Saint Wu Sha and rescue him. As for the secret of the lost god realm, he would think about it later. After organizing the route map of the Heaven's secret sect, Chunzong chose the left side and immediately moved forward. As soon as he moved, he felt that his speed had dropped significantly. It was only 1% of his usual speed. 1% of his usual speed was undoubtedly very slow. Originally, he could travel 1 million meters per second. Now, he could only travel 10,000 meters per second. The difference was too great. While Chunzong was secretly vigilant, he also understood that this restriction was not only for him. It was for any living thing that entered this place. A speed of 10,000 meters per second wasn't considered slow. Maintaining the normal consumption of primordial heart force, Chunzong also covered 10,000 meters in front of him, monitoring all movements. However, as his vision was greatly limited, he could only see about 1,000 meters away. Any further, and it was pitch black. In the passage, only Chunzong could be found. There was no one else, not even a non-human. The entire passage was empty. Even if he kept moving forward, he did not know where he would end up. Chunzong's figure did not change. He kept running forward calmly. After feeling that a lot of time had passed and that he had run a long distance, Chunzong's expression suddenly changed. He only felt an evil aura spreading. That evil aura seemed to be filled with the smell of darkness and decay. When Chunzong's chaotic origin heart force came into contact with it, he immediately felt that his chaotic origin heart force was about to be penetrated. It was as if it was being pulled into a bottomless abyss and would sink forever. How could it be? Chunzong was greatly astonished. Ever since he had embarked on a unique cultivation path and mastered the primordial heart force, it was extremely mysterious. Normally, it wouldn't be blocked or affected. But here, the primordial heart force was first blocked, unable to seep into the tunnel walls. Now, the primordial heart force was also affected by the dark and decaying aura. It felt like it was about to fall into the abyss and sink into eternal decay. Chunzong even felt that if his mixed yuan heart force was really drawn in by that dark and decaying evil aura, even his spirit and consciousness would be affected, and he would eventually sink into oblivion. However, Chunzong's divine will was incomparably tough. It wouldn't be so easy for a mere dark and decaying evil qi to truly cause Chunzong to succumb. Unless the evil qi was 10 times stronger, it would be able to truly affect Chunzong. As for now, it would at most have an insignificant effect, which was equivalent to no effect at all. Chunzong was not afraid. Instead, he touched the dark and decaying aura with his chaotic origin heart force and sensed it more carefully. Chapter 32:22. The dark, decaying evil aura continued to spread. Under the perception of Chunzong's mixed yuan heart force, it was like the tentacles of an octopus sea monster, swaying seaweed, or dancing snakes. It was extremely wild and strange, like a demon or a ghost. The black tentacles continued to extend, but they could not cover the entire area. It was as if they were restricted by some invisible force. Chunzong carefully studied and sensed. The dark, decaying evil force was constantly dragging Chunzong's mixed yuan heart force, trying to devour it. It also followed the mixed yuan heart force to spread to Chunzong's spiritual consciousness, polluting it and causing it to sink. Once it sank, it would become a walking corpse and lose its self-awareness. However, this was not enough to really affect Chunzong. One of the sources of danger in the Maze God realm is this dark, decaying, evil aura. It can cause people to sink and then pollute living creatures and turn them into evil corpses. Therefore, the second danger in the Maze God realm is the dark, decaying evil aura and dark, evil corpses. In addition, there are also some traps and, finally, other cultivators who enter here. Chunzong thought to himself, carefully analyzing the dark, decaying evil aura. However, Chunzong felt that the evil aura was very complicated. It was peeling off layer by layer, but it seemed endless. As if it had sensed Chunzong's resistance, the evil aura suddenly intensified by several times, becoming even more tyrannical. For a moment, Chunzong only saw layers of illusions in front of him. It was as if he saw strange figures all over the void, densely packed together. These strange figures were of different shapes. Some were humanoid, some were beast-like, and some were even pieced together to form a shape. No matter what kind of figure it was, it exuded an incomparably evil aura. It was endless and constantly emitted a dark aura. That aura was like ink that permeated everything. The void seemed to be assimilated. When Chunzong still had to endure the invasion of the evil aura and continue watching, he immediately felt a sense of danger. A terrible sense of danger suddenly attacked him. Without hesitation, he made a prompt decision to cut off the mixed yuan heart force and the connection with the evil aura. The scene in the illusion also disappeared in an instant. Perhaps he might be able to see something if he continued looking. However, it was very likely that he would fall into the depths of the abyss, and if he was not careful, he might end up sinking into it. Chunzong did not dare to be careless in the slightest within the maze realm. Even though he was strong enough to be ranked in the top 10 of the real primal chaos ranking, he was still not at the level of a demigod. Rumor had it that several hundred years ago, a peerless expert ranked 5th on the real primal chaos ranking had entered the maze god realm and never appeared again. His soul lamp had been extinguished, which meant that he had died there. Since such an expert had died, it was enough to show how terrifying the bewitching god realm was. However, at the same time, many ordinary true saints had obtained some benefits here. Not only had they left alive, but their strength had also improved greatly. This was also the main reason why many true saints were attracted to the lost god realm. Of course, there were also a few who came to study the profundity of the miasma realm. The primal chaos universe was so vast with countless living beings and all kinds of people. This was also the reason why it was so exciting. As if it had sensed that Chunzong had cut off the connection, the evil aura became angry as if it had a consciousness. This made Chunzong even more shocked. Could this evil aura be emitted by some kind of life form? Chunzong could not help but think of the strange black shadows that he had seen in the illusion. They seemed to emit a terrifying, evil aura. The most important thing now is to find Sword Saint Wuxia. Chunzong thought to himself and gave up the idea of continuing to study it. Of course, this was temporarily giving up. He would first find Sword Saint Wuxia and rescue him before studying it properly. Perhaps deciphering the profundity would be of great help to his cultivation path. If any profundity could be deciphered, there would definitely be gains. The reason why a profundity was that it contained many profundities and secrets. The Great Elder is very likely to be trapped in the Divine Prison District. Chunzong thought to himself. There was naturally a direct route to the Divine Prison region in the map that the Heaven's Secret Pavilion had purchased. However, the passageway within the bewildering God realm was extremely complicated and long. It was not an easy task to find the correct path by relying on the map. One needed to be sufficiently careful and patient to slowly identify the path. Otherwise, if one could freely go back and forth in the miasma realm with a map, the danger factor of the miasma realm would be greatly reduced, and it would not be a chaotic level forbidden area. To put it bluntly, the map was just an extra safeguard, nothing more. However, in many cases, the extra safeguard could resolve life and death. Moving forward, referring to the map carefully to distinguish the correct path to the Divine Prison District. Whether or not he could enter the Divine Prison District would be decided when the time came. He had to find it first. If he could not even find it, it would be useless to say more. Roar, roar, roar. Strange roars seemed to be coming from all directions. The roars were like the roars of beasts, but also like the low growls of humans. The roars carried a kind of low and frantic feeling. Dark evil corpse? Chunzong's eyes narrowed slightly. Dark evil corpses were creatures that had been invaded and corrupted by the first type of danger here. Dark evil corpses were basically cultivators. Among the cultivators of various races, there were also a few beasts. After all, some cultivators knew how to tame beasts. The roars were getting closer. Chunzong's mixed Yuan heart force also saw it. It was a ferocious beast, a beast that was completely black. It looked like a ferocious tiger, but it no longer had its original appearance. Instead, it had become very strange. On the body of the black tiger, there were 7 or 8 arms. Those arms were waving, rippling in the water like water plants. It felt that those 7 or 8 arms were like human arms. They seemed to have been cut off and sewn on the black tiger. They also seemed to have grown out of the black tiger's stomach. The black tiger also discovered Chunzong, or it should be said that it sensed Chunzong's aura. It immediately rushed over. Its speed was very fast, 10,000 meters in a breath. It was not inferior to Chunzong. This discovery made Chunzong quite surprised. He was restricted. In here, his speed was 10,000 meters in a breath. This black tiger also had a speed of 10,000 meters in a breath. Didn't that mean that if there were no restrictions, the black tiger's strength would be comparable to his in the outside world, and it would be ranked in the top 10 of the real chaotic list? However, the strange, dark, evil corpse he encountered actually had this kind of strength. Wasn't it a bit too frightening? As this thought flashed through his mind, a black shadow approached at an astonishing speed. It opened its huge tiger's mouth and directly bit Chunzong. This black tiger's body was very large. It could swallow half of a human's body. It was very terrifying. Chunzong saw that from the black tiger's huge mouth, soft tentacles as thick as fingers extended out. They were black and full of barbs. They seemed slippery and made people feel disgusted. Hard. This was no longer a beast. It was a kind of evil monster. The dark, evil corpse's speed was very fast. Chunzong was not slow either. The moment the dark, evil corpse attacked, he unsheathed the heavenly will sword. A dot of cold light suddenly bloomed in the dusky sky. It was so bright, so dazzling, so dazzling. This dot of cold starlight was extremely sharp. It pierced through everything. Although it was launched later, it arrived first. It seemed to be straight, but it had an incomparably mysterious trajectory. It was extremely shocking. The dark evil corpse could not dodge at all. Its movements were somewhat stiff. The sword directly pierced the dark evil corpse's open tiger's mouth. The terrifying sword light broke through the air and pierced through everything. Kill. But in the next moment, Chunzong suddenly discovered that although his sword pierced into the dark evil corpse, it could not stop it in the slightest. It could not even kill it. Even if the sword pierced into its body, the sword chi wreaked havoc. It could not affect it in the slightest. Retreat. Making a prompt decision, Chunzong rapidly retreated. At the same time, the sword light suddenly exploded like a torrential rain and fell on the dark, evil corpse. The dark, demonic corpse pounced towards Chunzong. Those slippery and barbed tentacles in its mouth were like a tongue. The 7 or 8 human-like arms on its body suddenly fluctuated. One after another, they carried an extremely terrifying dark aura as they bombarded towards Chunzong, enveloping him from all directions. Every attack carried an extremely terrifying power. It was as if it could destroy everything. When it collided with the sword light, it actually shattered the sword light one by one. Inconceivable. Even though Chunzong's strength was restricted and he could not use his ultimate move, the power of the single heart sword technique was also very terrifying. It actually shattered the sword light one after another. The dark evil corpse was astonishing. As the dark evil corpse approached, Chunzong retreated. He faced the attack while pondering on how to break it. The information of the Heaven's secret sect mentioned a terrifying existence like the dark evil corpse. However, the description of its strength was not detailed enough. It was probably due to the lack of information. Shin Xiao. A sword pierced through the sky. The sword light was extremely dazzling. It took away all the brilliance and caused the surroundings to become even darker. The darkness was extremely deep. Only that sword light was extremely resplendent. It directly slashed the body of the dark evil corpse. The dark evil corpse did not dodge in the slightest. It was also unable to dodge. The speed of Chunzong's sword was more than 2 times faster than its running speed. Shin Zhao's sword was extremely sharp. Especially after the 30 years of comprehension in the Lingwu sacred world, it allowed Chunzong's single heart sword technique to reach a higher level of enlightenment. The killing move evolved from the single heart sword technique was naturally much more powerful. Under that sword, the dark evil corpse's 7 or 8 arms were chopped off one after another. It was simply unable to resist. Its tentacles were also chopped off. Immediately after, its body was also chopped off. The power of Shin Zhao's sword was just so tyrannical. However, Chunzong's expression was grave, because after being chopped off, the dark evil corpse fell to the ground. It was constantly wriggling, wanting to reassemble. Chunzong also discovered that there was a black mark slowly spreading on the heavenly will sword. It was as if it wanted to permeate the sword. The aura emitted by that black mark was so dark and rotten. It was so evil. It was attempting to corrupt the heavenly will sword. However, the heavenly will sword was extraordinary. How could it be corrupted by such a little power? The sore body trembled slightly. However, the black mark immediately collapsed and disappeared. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.